event at the Fields Institute was going to be on COVID, on policymaking and economics, and its relationships with COVID. And this is where we are today. And as Deirdre mentioned, it became not just a symposium. We decided to do a month-long program, a focus program throughout the month of April. And the program started with the problem-solving workshop. And if you're not familiar with the concept of a problem-solving workshop, it's also something that the Fields Institute has been doing for many years, where typically industrial partners propose a problem at the start of a week, so on a Monday, and then students and postdocs work nonstop, sometimes throughout the night, for a week, and then present the solutions of their problem on the Friday. Now, because we of the virtual reality, we decided that it was unfeasible to do this over just 1 week with people from all over the world. So we thought we would do it over a period of 3 weeks, with the expectation that students then and postdocs would not work that hard throughout the 3 weeks. They would work at, let's say, a third of the pace, and then provide their solutions. Well, that was a non-rational expectation, because of course the students threw themselves at the problem and worked just with the same level of enthusiasm and at the same pace that you would expect on a regular in-person problem-solving workshop. And it has been a tremendous pleasure to watch and do the daily updates. It became sort of a small family that we had over 3 weeks, listening to each other. And it all culminated on last Friday with the presentations that the groups made. And you're going to hear today and tomorrow a summary of those findings. Then what we also planned for the next 2 days was a format in which we can discuss several aspects of the pandemic. And we had a little bit of fun. Me, as a background as a physicist, I like to think of time scales. So in discussing with William and Angus, we divided the panels in time scales. So we thought that the first panel should be the now panel, because as we were planning a few months ago, April would still find us right in the thick of the pandemic. As one of the groups is going to present, there have been more death in 2021 than in 2020 in 55 countries. So that alone should tell you that, as we put in the title of the first session, we're not out of the woods yet. The second session then is going to look at the following time scale, which would comprise of exit strategies for those countries that do then manage to eliminate the pandemic, and through vaccines and other measures are able to safely and successfully reopen their economies. But what is that going to look like in the return to work and when other measures are being suspended? The third panel is going to look at a medium time scale, where we ask the question, if we're going to return to some form of normality, what that normal is going to look like. So the title is Which Normality? And then we're going to look at issues of productivity and the change in workplace and related topics. And then finally, returning to how I started this introduction, the pandemic did raise questions about long-term sustainability. So we're going to return to our topic of climate change and other long-term issues that affect and threaten the planet. And also, as mentioned by Deirdre, then we're going to move on Wednesday to a sort of grand finale for all of the events, with a panel discussion hosted by the OECD, which is then aimed at raising the awareness and the attention of a broader community of policymakers and decision makers on the topics and conclusions and recommendations that both the workshop and this symposium are going to be making. And with that, now I successfully managed to fulfill fill all the time that was allocated for introductory remarks, so I can move to the real beginning of the symposium, which are the presentations for the first two groups in the problem-solving workshop. So we're going to start with group one, that is looking at the problem that was proposed by the OECD on the effectiveness of policies and policy responses to COVID-19. So group one, are you ready to start? And so take it away.
Muted.
1 second, sorry, that's me.
No problem.
Yes, is that visible for everyone?
Yes.
Fantastic, great. So yeah, good morning and good afternoon, everyone. We are honored to present to you today our group work as part of the extended problem solving workshop by the Fields Institute, the OECD's initiative, NAEC, and Rebuilding Macroeconomics. Our group has been investigating the effectiveness of policy intervention in different countries since the corona pandemic and lessons for the future. The snapshot that you see here of the cumulative COVID-19 death per million people from last week puts one observation at the center. It is the heterogeneity with which countries have been affected by the virus. Some have had a tragically large number of infections and deaths, while others have had milder developments and lost less lives. When we observe the development of countries over the past year in a dynamic weekly tracker that we see here, the heterogeneity of countries regarding lost lives and experiencing economic losses becomes even more prevalent. While at the beginning of the pandemic, here, week 13, 1 year ago, there was a strong narrative which said if we decide to save lives, we will need to sacrifice our economies via lockdowns, trade loss, and unemployment. Today, the story is a different one. The dynamic picture of how heterogeneous the dynamic has been of countries moving along the y-axis of cumulative COVID-19 deaths per million people, here on the reversed axis, and the x-axis of economic losses as a percentage of GDP, one lesson is clear. Countries that decided to save lives save their economies too, and those that sacrifice lives experience greater economic losses as well, that you can see here. So what we've been trying to do, or the motivation that those dynamics and observations gave us, were what's behind countries' success and failure stories. Could some countries have done better, and what determines their health and economic performance? So what we spent our last 3 weeks on basically was to construct a empirical analysis and framework to understand structure characteristic COVID-19 policies that countries put in place and their outcomes, and understand the interdependencies and path dependencies of these three structural moments. The resulting research questions for us was, what's the impact of policies and structure characteristics on the outcome of countries, and our policy chosen conditional on structural characteristics? For spoiler review, we found three main policy objectives following that the goal should be lives and livelihoods, and that structural characteristics actually matter. And the three policy objectives have been reactive or containment measures for the policy for the pandemic once it is actually taking off already. The second objective would be how to better prepare countries after this pandemic has ended for the next pandemic. And the third question that we could potentially extend to is how can we actually prevent a pandemic? So the main policy recommendations that we will prove with our empirical framework later in this discussion and this presentation is that testing and contact tracing is the absolute key. And what we've actually sadly and unfortunately have seen is that countries have decreased both of their efforts over the past months and weeks. Secondly, we really need to learn from others and adapt to the country specifics and not just import policies. And thirdly, it's a marathon and pandemic, right? It's not a 100-meter race. So success that we can see today might not be a success tomorrow. When it comes to the objective of better prepare, we need to understand that micro vulnerabilities such as poverty and inequality actually leads to macro fragility. And the last one is that countries need to be a good student. We need to learn from the pandemic that some countries that have experienced SARS, for example, have and others haven't. But we need to keep learning and adapt to country specifics. The last one is a question of really broadening our theoretical and policy scope of understanding how we can prevent the next pandemic, which actually includes a social and economic ecological system, understanding the interdependencies, and including questions of deforestation, food poverty, and so on and so forth in further policy discussions. I'll hand over to Ettore for the technical analysis. Thanks.
Hi. So just a few words on the approach we followed after defining the problem of whether there exists a trade-off between lives and livelihoods, as discussed by Carla. Then we studied some individual cases for 46 countries using some qualitative and quantitative data time series analysis. After that, we grouped the countries in using a hierarchical agglomerative clustering, grouping countries by policy, structural characteristics, and outcomes, as we discussed by Andrea, and visualized some patterns in the data using Sankey diagrams. And last, we assessed quantitatively the impact of the policies adopted and the structural characteristics on outcomes via a regression analysis that will be discussed by Jason. As for the individual case studies, we used data on new deaths per million taken from our wording data, a weekly average of new deaths per million, and compared this with the weekly GDP tracker computed by the OECD. Well, the OECD tracker that in fact that we actually discussed over the last weeks, and plus the change in time at home compared to the baseline, which is retrieved from Google mobility data. And we take this 3-time series and we put them against the background of the stringency index computed by the Blavatnik School of Government and Oxford University to see whether some patterns emerge in terms of the evolution of the pandemic, as for in terms of lives and in terms of in terms of lives and economic losses. And then to see whether there is a relation between mobility and stringency. So as mentioned, we have 46 countries, and our we use this. We take data from some policy variables from the Oxford database, structural characteristics from various sources, and economic losses and fiscal stimulus from OECD and IMF. Next slide, please. Carl, okay. So I'll not go into details, of course, because we have 46 countries, but just to give you a glimpse of what we have been looking at, I'll just use very quickly the example of some 2 Scandinavian countries, Sweden and Norway, which are 2 countries that are very similar and neighboring countries in a geographical sense, but followed very different policies when in handling the COVID pandemic. And as it should be pretty clear from the graph, while the Norway was much more successful compared to Sweden in limiting losses, both in terms of lives and economic losses as well. This is the main reason why these 2 countries are. Although very similar, they end up in different clusters, as Andrea will discuss.
Thank you, Ettore. This brings us to the second methodology, that is hierarchical agglomerative clustering. Hierarchical clustering permits to group data based on their similarity, which is determined by a distance function. Here we use simple Euclidean distances. And in this slide, you can see a leitmotif of this presentation, that is the result of clustering by outcomes. Outcomes here are measured by the variables reported in the left part of the slide, that is death per millions and economic losses as the sum of GDP losses plus fiscal stimulus over the GDP in 2019. The bubble graph here depicts the picture of countries at week 65, that is end of Q1 2021, where the size of the bubbles is the fiscal stimulus that was implemented by countries to contrast the negative effect of COVID-19. The algorithm identifies 4 clusters. There is at the top right corner, blue countries, that is success. They have low deaths and losses. Then there are green countries that are those that choose to save lives over the economy. That is another success story. There is a large group of countries in red, that is mixed results. There are some outliers due to the clustering level, like Israel and Czech Republic. And finally, there is a gray cluster with USA and UK with high losses and deaths. Next slide, please. Hierarchical clustering is then applied to obtain groups based on structural characteristics of countries. Basically, we have socioeconomic, health, and demographic variables. We try to balance between the level of detail and the parsimony in the analysis, and we get 7 clusters that you can see here. You can easily recognize cluster 2, 3, and 4. Cluster 2 is made of Latin American and emerging countries. Then you have country in cluster 3, that is Spain, Greece, Italy, and Portugal, that are Southern European countries. And in cluster 4, you can see former Soviet countries. Moreover, to stress the link of structural characteristics with outcomes, successful countries are highlighted in green and blue. In clusters 1, 6, and 7, there are countries with the most successful stories. For instance, in cluster 1, you have Australia, Denmark, Finland, Ireland, Norway, New Zealand. And in cluster 7, you have Austria, Deutschland, Japan, and Korea. Next slide, please. Lastly, hierarchical clustering is applied to COVID policies. We sorted out only 5 variables based on our assessment of the most relevant ones. This is done to keep the level of complexity manageable and to obtain an easy interpretation of results. These variables are C1, school closures, H2, testing, HT3, tracing, H6, facial covering, and RESIT, that is the time spent at home according to Google Mobility data. These variables are computed as averages from the beginning of the outbreak to the end of Q1 2021 and normalized between 0 and 1. By plotting the values of the variables for each cluster, it emerges that countries that strongly operated testing and tracing policies are grouped together in cluster 6. But there are also some in cluster 2. All countries in cluster 6 were successful, despite there is some intra-group variability. The bottom line is that high efforts in testing and tracing together are rewarded, while then when these two things are not done together, policies are not as much successful. Next slide, please. Here, to visualize the result of clustering, we employ Sankey diagrams. We have also a very nice shiny up representation of this. I'm not spending much time on that for time constraints. So from the left to the right, you can see countries, a group of countries by structural characteristics, group of countries by policy, and group of countries by outcomes. You can easily recognize that almost all countries in structure G, that are Austria, Deutschland, France, Japan, and Korea, implemented similar policy, that is policy G here, tracing and testing, which led to success, outcome 1 and outcome 2. Okay, I'm leaving the floor to Jason.
Thank you. Okay, so far we gathered many interesting variables in our data set, and one way to analyze our data systematically is using regression analysis. Okay, so the goal of the regression analysis is simple. We wish to find variables that matters the most in determining a country's outcome. So the group initially decided to use a logistic model, but the problem is that we have too many variables relative to the number of observations, which produces perfectly determined results. To tackle this problem, we use a linear probability model instead. This is of course going to violate all else assumptions. So we run a logistic regression again on significant variables from linear model results. And finally, we use the loss of model selection to see if the variable we selected are actually robust. Okay, next. So let's go through this timeline story of the regression. Okay, so imagine you're a country starting with a set of initial conditions. So fixed endowment factors, difficult to change within 1 to 2 years' time. Then COVID shocks hits the economy. Policymakers start to make a series of policy interventions. We group policies by 3 kinds: COVID policies, fiscal policies, and monetary policies, and they all support each other. Okay. And of course, the group conducted this clustering analysis, grouped countries into 4 outcomes, okay, judged by 2 measurements: economic losses and deaths per million. Next slide, please. Okay, as you can see, majority of the Asian countries ended up in the success and the green group, lives of economy groups, okay? South American economies, European economies, end up doing moderately in terms of saving lives and saving the economy, okay? And finally, you have 2 countries end up in the failure group, US and Great Britain. Okay, next, please. Okay, so let's talk about the regression finding. Just to clarify again, we regress outcomes over initial conditions and policy measures. Okay, so the first important finding is that countries and individuals should learn from past pandemic experience. Take Canada as example, okay? Canada did suffer from SARS, but ending up doing well in H1N1, ending up doing well again for COVID. This is not the case for UK and the US. UK and US suffered from H1N1, but did not do well in COVID in terms of saving lives and saving the economy. Okay, so learning from past pandemic experience does matter, but this is for government and individuals. The second important finding is that a country with more population in the vulnerable group are less likely to be successful. Okay, so vulnerable group needs more protection, namely low income, elderly, and diabetic group. Number 3, countries rely heavily on trade are less likely to be successful. Okay, so governments should really think about how to best protect their workers working logistics and transportations. Also think about how to reduce transmission risks through trade of goods. Okay, that's important. Finally, the single most important testing is testing, okay? The single most important policy. So countries implemented more testing since the beginning of COVID on average are more likely to be successful. So what is the theory behind this? Well, more testing means more COVID information available for the government. Thus enable the government to make better policy decisions judged by outcome. And another theory is that more testing means people who tested positive will stay self-isolate. Contact tracing alone did not show any significance, but that's probably because in order for contact tracing to work, you need testing to work first, right? People who tested positive and anyone who contacted this person, they should all stay self-isolate. And finally, we did not include vaccination. Perhaps we could do this in the future when more people get vaccinated, right? But without considering vaccination, for now, testing is the single most important policy measure in determining a country's outcome. And that's the end of the presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Jason, and thank you to all the group. We do have a few minutes for questions. More questions can be asked later during the panel discussions. But if there's any pressing, urgent question, please raise your virtual hand or your I think Bill has a question.
No, I was struck by one thing, and that is that both the US and the UK, prior to the pandemic, were generally rated as being best prepared to deal with a pandemic, and now they've wound up being the worst. Can anybody explain that?
Can maybe say something about this? So at the very beginning of this workshop, we took some, let's say, health indicators that should measure the preparedness for the pandemics. And actually, US, UK, and many European developed countries were in the high scoring area. But this is not measuring anything, actually, because these kind of rankings are not really effective when compared to the real pandemic. So this is what we found out. There is a nice article by Branko Milanovic that is explaining this. I can post it in the chat later.
But I think methodologically may be issue because under some clustering, US is success stories and the others failure, just in your presentation?
Yeah, so if we look at structural characteristic, maybe it is in one cluster, and if we look at policy, maybe in a completely different cluster. But if we look at outcomes, so we have done another clustering on outcomes, then it goes in the bottom left part of the diagram. Then we can discuss about the combination of policy and structural characteristics, but we are still working on that because this is just a preliminary analysis.
Okay, 1 minute for a last question if needed. Tom, you have your hand up.
Yeah, so the metric of deaths per million is, of course, supposed to be realistic because deaths ought to be observed. But I think across a global scale, there could be a very different accounting of deaths. So I wonder whether you found a way or could estimate how different the measurements would be. I mean, to what extent were deaths classified in the same way across all 46 of your countries? Presumably not. And I wonder if you're able to account for the difference.
Yeah, that's a very good point because we are taking this deaths per million like a kind of proxy to compare countries. There are some data about excess mortality, but this is just for some OECD countries. And if you want to include other countries, you should build this data about excess mortality. So I will choose excess mortality if I choose the vertical axis of that diagram. But unfortunately, this is a bit, takes some time to build, and maybe we'll do that in the next version of this work.
Good.
Could I add just a word, Mateus?
Yep.
Which is, if you look at Mexico, Mexico suddenly upgraded the number of deaths by 60%. So, you know, that knocks a hole in some of these calculations. These countries were simply not recording. So, but that's not a thing that you can handle very easily. I mean, you just have to sort of trust in some sense these things, and you have to update afterwards, I guess.
Yeah, I think the US, you can see this clearly. Apparently, two of the states that have the laxest standards in terms of face masks are the most successful, Texas and Florida. But they, of course, also downplayed by various ways the number of cases.
Yes. Okay, very nice comments and observations. I think we should move to group 2, which was the group addressing the problem proposed by the Bank of Canada. Group 2, you ready to start?
Yes, thank you, Mateus. Go ahead and share. Hopefully this is visible and I am audible.
Yep.
All right, great, thank you. As Mateus mentioned in the introduction, we were the group that worked with the Bank of Canada. I'd like to give a huge thank you to the Fields Institute for the extended problem solving workshop. It was a great chance to get to know people working on many different interesting problems and network in this sense. And also a great thank you to Sohail, Thibaut, and Tom for their help and guidance during this project. I know that was invaluable to us. So I'd like to start off with a little bit of motivation. Why are we interested in assessing business closures in the time of COVID? So in this figure, you can see a couple of different things. First, I'd like to highlight the GDP growth, which is this black line on the right-hand scale. And of course, there's this very sharp and stark decline around the time when COVID started hitting. But what's interesting is that that decline is also mirrored by these two measures of business exits, which are bankruptcies and proposals. Proposals, if I understand correctly, are sort of more like a settlement out of court, and bankruptcy is the more formal legal process. But it's not really immediately clear why it is that when the economy was deteriorating so starkly, that businesses seem to be doing so well. There are a couple of different explanations for this. The first is that these businesses are actually voluntarily exiting. You know, when they observe the disaster that is occurring with COVID, they choose to leave the business, and therefore, this metric isn't really capturing that mechanism. Another consideration is that there was actually a lot of fiscal stimulus provided by the Canadian government at the onset of and thereafter of COVID. So many of these businesses that may not have gone bankrupt and may not have voluntarily exited could still be solvent, but not really fully participating in the economy. And those are what we called zombie businesses in the course of this project. And one of the objectives of this kind of project in measuring business health in real time is to help identify where are the zombie businesses, and perhaps how could we think about the emergence of them in the context of different policies. So how we actually do this follows a little bit of the methodology that's become common in recent years, which is using online scraping of real-time data to actually do economic measurement. And the OECD group sort of very nicely highlighted one example of this, which is the weekly tracker that the OECD has created, which uses Google Trends data on different frequencies of search terms to compute a real-time measure of GDP. There's also some academic work that uses Google Street View or Google Maps images to try to predict socio-demographic data about different regions. And this is in the US. I know it's been done in Mexico as well. And finally, there's the Billion Prices Project, which uses online retailer data to scrape prices and create these real-time indices of inflation. So there's really no reason why we couldn't conceive of a similar kind of index that uses online data to create a measure of business entry and exit. But the question that remains is then, what data do we use? Over the course of this project, we found that Google Places had a wonderful framework for doing so. So to give you an idea, if you open up Google Maps and you search cafes near me, all of the results will come from Google Places. So this is a massive, massive database that is updated daily, which is a huge perk for us, because this is ultimately what we care about, the real-time data sources, and is used by like many different applications. So our objectives over the course of the last 3 weeks were to create a system that can use Google Places. We also briefly looked at Yelp to collect real-time business activity. One of the great challenges of this project was that it's really impossible to look back. We can't ask Google what businesses were in Ottawa a year and a half ago. So that sort of limits us in the timescale of the analysis that we can actually do. So we have some results on cross-sectional analysis where we can look at one unique snapshot of, say, Eastern Ontario, and also try to do a proof of concept in terms of, if we take 2 snapshots at different moments in time, perhaps within which a change in policy occurred, can we actually observe changes in what fraction of businesses are closed, new businesses that enter, and henceforth. Great. So we're using Google Places data, but how we're actually getting it is done by postal codes. So Canada has these notions of more granular postal codes called forward sortation areas. And these are nice because they're relatively homogeneous in terms of being urban versus rural. And there's also some census data that's collected by postal code. So that's something that you'll see a little bit later. But in terms of the actual design of our data pipeline, well, we have to first create an initial data set and then update this data set over time. Periodically, it's some kind of frequency to detect whether or not new businesses are entering and whether or not old businesses are exiting. So, for example, here you have a very pretty map of Eastern Ontario. Each block is a forward sortation area or postal code. This is the entire region, and this is Ottawa in particular. And each of these postal codes is colored by the fraction of businesses that are currently closed. So one thing that you can see is there really is enormous heterogeneity here in these individual postal codes. And it's not really clear why that would be the case. Perhaps these are standard, or perhaps there's some sort of differing trends in different postal codes. But one other thing that we can do when we look at these cross-sectional results is to look at the distribution. So for example, in these are 300 postal codes, which are not only in Eastern Ontario, but also in British Columbia. And really, there's a very small fraction of postal codes which have more than 10% of their businesses closed. Many of them have much fewer. Again, one of the challenges that we faced is that there really is no reference point. We have no idea what this figure would look like a year and a half ago before COVID, and what I guess we call normal times now. But for instance, you can see that there's also some nice relationship between the fraction of business closed and the business types themselves. So for example, if a business is both a restaurant and a bar, we have nearly 10% of these that are closed. But if you're a restaurant and not a bar, this is only 4.5%. And this sort of makes sense intuitively in how we imagine both restaurants and bars being affected differently by restrictions. Great. One of the very interesting results that we found in this study was that ratings seem to matter. in terms of whether or not businesses are closed. So if we look at all industries or by particular sectors, the ratings of businesses that are actually temporarily closed is statistically significantly lower than that of businesses that are still operational. So this is great because this lets us, well, first off, it's wonderfully intuitive, but also it lets us think about, for example, if a business isn't closed, but it has a very low rating, this might be indicative of what we refer to as zombie businesses, which are those that are sort of misleadingly operational. So they're operational when they wouldn't otherwise be doing so. Of course, the most important thing that we wanted to highlight is the fact that we can actually use this kind of data to detect changes in real time. So to do that, we took 2 snapshots in a panel data setup. One was all of the cafes and nightclubs on April 12th, and the other was all the cafes and nightclubs in April 15th. And this is the Eastern Ontario region of postal codes. And remarkably, in only 3 days, we did see some differences. So we had 6 cafes show up on April 15th that weren't there before, and 3 cafes disappear. Very unsurprisingly, we had no new nightclubs, but we did have two close. So this is great. In a very short span of time, we were able to see and detect and identify that these changes were actually occurring. But we still had some concerns about data quality. So for example, we actually called some of these cafes that registered as new, and it turns out that most of them actually had been in business for the past 2 weeks. So it's not always necessarily going to be clear that when a business shows up in our data set in a new scrape that they actually entered between in the window of observation. And this is something that is also very difficult to detect from the context of what Google actually gives you about this data. I'm sure that they know this, but they made it very difficult for us to know this as well. However, those businesses that actually disappear between one scrape and the other do really seem to be permanently closed, which means that in practice, well, we can actually detect exits very easily. Entries, we have a lot of false positives, but this is certainly a step in the right direction. So I wanted to highlight also a couple challenges that we faced when using this data set. The first is that the distribution of different businesses that we get from Google Places isn't really representative of that which there actually is. So in this plot on the left, you can see these are the NAICS classification codes for different businesses. And this in blue, we have the business register, which I think comes from British Columbia. So this is the sort of government and official data statistics. And in the orange, you can see that the data that we got from Google Places. So we are grossly overrepresenting the retail sector and the accommodation and food services sector. Maybe this makes sense because when I go to Google Maps and I'm interested in finding a place, I'm not interested in finding an industrial processing facility. But nonetheless, these are very important limitations because then our index would never really capture business entry and exit. It would capture business entry and exit within the retail sector, within the food sector, et cetera. One of the other challenges that we looked at was sort of inspired by this false positive that we found in our data set when we looked at 2 different snapshots. And it was the fact that we're not really sure whether or not our data is actually correct. We would actually have to call all of these businesses when we observe them changing in one sense or another, and find out whether or not they actually did so to validate that our Google Places data was actually correct. A sort of cheaper and less labor-intensive way of doing so was to compare different data sets. So for example, Yelp has a single snapshot data that was released as part of a data science competition, but they also have an API that functions similar to the Google Places one in the sense that you ask for a specific area of coverage and it returns all of the businesses within this area to you. So you can see these businesses that are colored in light green are those that showed up in all 3. The red and the purple and the dark green are those that only showed up in a couple of them. But very surprisingly, actually, many of the businesses that showed up in the Yelp API or in the Yelp data itself were actually closed. So in a sense, the Google Places data was really the most well-kept of these 3 sources. So this is a nice, in a sense, validation that the data that we're using is at least more real-time than the alternatives that we looked at. Another thing I hinted at earlier was looking at the comparison for particular postal codes of the fraction of businesses closed with other census data. So here you can see unemployment rate, and it of course is very intuitive that fraction of businesses closed would correlate with unemployment rate. There is a small positive correlation here, but we haven't yet done the formal regression analysis to show that this is the case. Another interesting relationship with census data was that in postal codes that have a higher median total income, actually there is a higher fraction of businesses closed. And this I found very confusing. I'm not quite sure why this would be. But for example, one possible explanation is that in wealthier FSAs, you can afford to be temporarily closed and not just disappear from the data set entirely. So this is, of course, like still a very active and interesting area of study, and we can continue looking into this. But we've demonstrated the fact that we can construct these kinds of real-time indices of business entries and exits, and we hope to continue doing so moving forward. Because for example, as soon as we can scrape within a window that aligns with official statistics, then this would be a fantastic way to actually test that what we're doing is valid and provides a real-time index. We also mentioned that this is useful for policy development. Unfortunately, as you'll see in the next slide, the cost associated with these scrapes was very high. So we weren't really able to get 2 snapshots, for example, around a lockdown that occurred in Eastern Ontario at the start of last week, or around a lockdown that occurred in British Columbia around the weekend prior. But of course, like you can imagine that this would allow you to see the actual effects of a particular policy measure in much more real time. Finally, another thing that we want to mention for next steps is that it takes about 2.8 million queries to cover all of Canada, and every query is about 2.5 US cents. So this is a lot of money. And one of the solutions that we've thought about is having a formal relationship with Google. We're really not sure why it is that Google hasn't looked into something like this, because they have Google mobility data, they've created other kinds of economic indices in real time. But we think this is of course very, very useful to policy, to folks that are actually determining policies, and of course useful for Google in terms of actually putting their data to some nice tangible use for us as well. Great. So I know I went a little bit over time, but thank you so much for the opportunity to present here. I know I had a great time at this workshop. Happy to take any questions now.
Thank you very much, Daniel, and to the entire group too. We do have time for questions, so some applause to the group. But if people want to ask questions, please raise your virtual hand. Alan. You're muted, Alan, sorry.
You keep muting me, I think there's some motivation there. I have 2 questions really. One is the April the 12th and April the 15th. So you didn't see a huge change there, but April the 12th is a Monday. And I wondered just if that sort of just from, sort of the sort of noise you get in data might just not have an effect. Because, calling up people on a Monday in many countries, fewer places are open. That's one simple, trivial remark. But the other is about your well-off areas. It seems to me that, I think we've even had this discussion, in well-off areas, you don't see so many businesses because people tend to go elsewhere to do their shopping and so forth. So a suburban area, for example, you wouldn't see many businesses. So isn't that a possible explanation for that correlation?
Yep, absolutely. And the other thing to touch on when you mentioned this idea of April 12th being a Monday is that it's really not clear where there could be components of seasonality in the way that Google updates their data. So for example, if I go back to this slide, another thing that we noticed is that many of these new cafes were actually in one particular city of Canada. And it seems extremely unlikely. Well, actually, these were the places we called, so it was unlikely that these were actually new entries, but rather just Google updating or adding something to their data set.
Okay, thanks, Dan.
Thank you. Are there more questions? I see some commentary on the chat that they like the approach, but would anybody want to make a comment to the group or ask?
Yeah, Rick had a comment there, right?
Yeah, I think even independent of the specific analysis, this approach of using, for lack of better words, sort of meta or social data is really fascinating. And I just wonder, it can be something, maybe you can answer offline, but whether this sort of approach is being used to analyze financial or markets in terms of where demand is coming from and that sort of thing.
So I'll let somebody else talk about financial markets, but we did have a full presentation throughout the workshop from the OECD. So the OECD has developed an in-house tracker of GDP. So that's for overall economic activity. You might have seen that, but that all uses also Google Trends and social data like that. But anybody knows about financial markets from the Bank of Canada group? You guys looked into that?
We didn't. But one thing to mention that is I think that Google has done to an extent some of that with the Google mobility data, which reports for different sectors sort of how economically active they predict these sectors to be. And in fact, one of the things that we saw in the OECD presentation that Mateos was talking about last week was that this weekly tracker that OECD has developed actually highly correlates with that of the Google mobility data. But I think the Google mobility data has a breakdown of particular sectors, so it could be a little bit more granular.
One way you may get more data, Danielle, is simply to write to Hal Varian and tell him what your problem is. And he may find the problem sufficiently interesting to let you have much more data for nothing. So I would suggest that.
What is his name?
Hal, H-A-L, and then a new word. His surname is Varian, V-A-R-I-A-N.
Okay.
He's a friend of a number of the people who have been working with Mateos and so forth. So you're welcome to use our names to tell him. I think sometimes, it's just, it has so many things going on that they're just not aware that this might have a different use, And so when there's a new use coming up, what does it cost Google to let you have more data, You're not rivals or anything.
Indeed. Other questions for the group? So Tom, you want to make a comment? Yeah.
So Rick's question about finance and markets. I mean, I think we didn't have time to look into that, but yeah, I'm aware of using. I think it's things like this Google Trends data. I'm aware of Svetlana, I can't remember her last name. She's published an index, financial index, based on streaming of word flow in the news and media. So that's been going on for quite a number of years. And there was some predictability of the way markets were going to go, but in the early days of her studies, but then over time, it seemed like the market was assimilating this data. So the guess is that a lot of people are actually monitoring this kind of data in order to forecast market movements.
Yeah, my interest is a little more modest because I'm trying to assess risk, so I don't have to have an opinion of which way things will go.
Right. I think it's very active.
Very good. So if there are no more questions to the groups, I would like to thank both of the groups. I think they set a very high bar for the rest of the symposium. Now all the presenters somehow have to answer to the high level of what the groups have already done. We do have a couple of minutes before the start of the next session, which is scheduled for 9:30 in Canadian time, Toronto time. So we might just take a little bit of a break, a 2-minute break, because people might be joining exactly at 9:30 to watch that session. Or we can chat about other things or make further questions, further comments.
Or get a tea.
Get a tea, but it has to be a 2-minute tea only, Alan.
Okay.
All right, so we can start the next session. It's the one titled Not Out of the Woods Yet, and I'm not going to spend any time introducing the moderators or the speakers because they are all very well known to you, but the moderator and discussant for the next session is Bill White. So Bill, take control.
Thank you very much, Matthias. It's a great pleasure to be back here with both Fields and the NAEC group at the OECD. The title of this session is Not Out of the Woods. And of course, for all of us who've been watching the television, seeing some of these dramatic scenes from India, we know that we are not out of the woods, and there's a lot of problems still coming down the road. This panel is going to review the current state of the crisis, and we'll discuss the main lessons that we've learned in the past year. I presume both lessons having to do with how to deal with pandemics, and also questions of what lessons can we learn for mitigating other risks from thinking about what the pandemic has taught us. The panel, let me just introduce them. There's Megan very briefly. There's Megan Green, who's an economist and senior fellow at the Harvard Kennedy School. Josh Epstein, who's professor of epidemiology at New York University. Igor Linkov, who's a leader of the Risk and Decision Science team at the U.S. Army Engineering Research and Development Center. And of course, myself, former chairman of one of the OECD committees, the Economic and Development Review Committee, which does country surveys at the OECD. Well, obviously, this is a very highly multidisciplinary group. And I think, of course, that's increasingly the case for these NAEC meetings, and I guess field meetings as well. I think this is very important because the problems that we face today as a society and even as a species are both varied and interlinked. And of course, this really demands an interdisciplinary approach. Personally, I could say it's a great pleasure not to have to be talking to economists all the time. Without wanting to be alarmist, four of the crucial systems on which mankind depends, which is our economic, political, environmental, and health systems, are individually under threat. And as Herb Stein once said to us many years ago, if something is unsustainable, it will stop. And the real concern that we have to have is that each one of these systems is under threat. And if those threats materialize, they can have material effects on all the other systems so that the whole thing just sort of cascades through. And I guess what that means is that as we discuss each one of these issues today, talking about the pandemic and where are we now, we do have to be conscious when thinking about solutions and paths out of the woods. We need to be conscious of the impact that those solutions might have on the other systems that I've mentioned, which of course then makes the determination of a kind of satisfactory path, much less an optimal path. Finding that path, it makes it even more difficult. In any event, we've got a good panel. I'll start with Megan, if I may, and hopefully we'll find some guidance as to how to get on the path that's going to lead us to some kind of a sustainable outcome. So, Megan, so 15 minutes or so.
Okay, great, thanks. I have a couple of slides that I'm going to throw up. I'm going to focus my comments on the lessons that we've learned as economists over the past year. And it's a bit unfair for me to just say it's the past year because, of course, some heterodox economists have been shouting this stuff from the rooftops for decades, but it does seem like actually we're finally taking some of it on board, and that's happening more in the US, I think, than it is anywhere else. So this might be, there's a grand experiment going on. It might be something that other regions, particularly Europe, could adapt. So hopefully you guys can see my slides. I don't know why it won't go into presentation mode. There we go. So the first lesson I think we've learned as economists is that it's not really entirely up to us. And I include this chart because I've been including it as the first chart in every presentation I've given for the past year, or a chart like it. So this just looks at vaccination by country. It was first cases by country, then deaths by country, now vaccination by country. But as an economist, it's really new to include a chart that's got nothing to do with economics per se, in an outlook for what's going to happen with the economy. So I think it's worth pointing that out, that as economists, we figured out that maybe we should be looking at other disciplines in order to determine the path of the economy going forward. I'll stop sharing for a little bit. So that's the first chart I've been including. That's one lesson. I've got 6 other lessons, though, that I think we've probably learned as economists. One, first of all, I will say the Washington consensus has always, the so-called Washington consensus has always been based on this idea that, we shouldn't have big budget deficits, we should liberalize markets, and we should let markets do their thing above all else. We should just get out of the way and enable them. Taxes and social programs shouldn't disincentivize work. That's really important. And the public sector broadly is less efficient than the private sector. That's kind of the view that's been around in the US in particular since Reagan came in, whether it was a Democratic or a Republican administration. And I would say we don't know exactly what our new economic theory in the US looks like, but we have some clues. And I guess the best way to describe it is Bidenomics. And I think Bidenomics pretty much throws the Washington consensus out the window. Whether it means to or not is less clear, but I do think there are kind of 6 lessons that Bidenomics shows that we have learned as economists. So one is that our old view has always been that economics is based on this fundamental assumption that you have a scarcity of capital, goods, and labor, and services as well. But demand is kind of unlimited. So there's a scarcity on the supply side, but demand is unlimited. What we've seen is actually there's an oversupply of capital, goods, services, and labor. So there's an oversupply of all of these things, and growth isn't actually constrained by a lack of supply. It's been constrained for years by a lack of aggregate demand. And so the role for policy, both fiscal and monetary policy, is to constantly stimulate demand, as if we're constantly in a depression era, in order for the economy to actually hit any kind of potential. And I'm also going to call that notion of potential into question a little bit later. But insofar as there's any kind of steady state in any kind of moment for the economy, it will chronically undershoot it. And the role of policy is to try to stoke it so that it can actually hit that. So that's one lesson that I do think that we've learned. We've seen it with the Fed. The distance that the Fed traveled in just a couple months at the beginning of 2020 shouldn't be overstated. In October 2019, I went to a Fed conference and asked a bunch of Fed officials if they'd ever consider buying up corporate debt. They looked at me like I had 40 heads. It was just not on the table. And so the fact that they're not only buying up corporate debt, but also high yield, that's pretty huge. And of course, the fiscal stimulus measures that we've seen in the US have been gargantuan in absolute terms, but also relative to GDP and relative to what everybody else is doing. A second new lesson that we've learned deals with the labor market and fiscal policy. So we used to think that fiscal policy shouldn't force the labor market to run too hot, because then we would end up getting a wage inflation spiral, and the Fed would have to hike into that, and that could pitch us into a recession. The new view is that fiscal and monetary policy should push unemployment as low as humanly possible. It's great to run the labor market hot. It's hard to run it hot enough. We don't actually really get wage inflation spirals anymore. And on the bright side, it pulls a bunch of workers off the sidelines into the labor market. If you were to actually get inflation, the notion is that the central bank kind of knows what to do about that. And it's probably less costly having a bit of inflation than having persistently high unemployment. So that's a very different perspective about the role of policy as well. There's an old view that we've also thrown out the window about budget deficits. We used to think that budget deficits push interest rates up, and that would crowd out private investment, and so should be avoided at all costs. So I mentioned this is part of the so-called Washington consensus or neoliberalism. We've actually thrown that out the window as well. And now we believe that there's this massive global glut of savings. Aggregate demand is chronically weak. And so government deficits should be used to stoke aggregate demand. They don't crowd out private investment. There hasn't been evidence of that in decades, in developed countries at least. And you probably need the government to step in order to stoke demand. And I'm just gonna share my screen again quickly for a couple slides on this. Sorry, there we go. So this is just looking at the fiscal stimulus that the US passed last year and this year. This does not include the Build Back Better program, which is by far the largest one. So that's worth pointing out. This is just the ARP. The CARES Act as well, and what we passed in December in total. So the sums are massive. There's a focus on inequality here as well. So there's a distributive component of this that's not new, but is finally paying as much attention or more attention to this as is deserved. This is just comparing the size of the fiscal stimulus deal. Again, this doesn't include the American Jobs Act, any of the infrastructure spending, or any of the tax reform that's on the table. This just looks at what we've done in 2020 and then the ARP, and you can see that it completely dwarfs any massive fiscal intervention that we've ever had in the US. It also dwarfs the fiscal intervention that we've seen in other countries. Now, it's really hard to compare fiscal responses across countries because there are different kinds of fiscal responses, but if you look at actual spending, you can see, and this, again, this does not include Build Back Better, which is by far the biggest fiscal stimulus. You can see the US is only behind New Zealand. So the US is going big. I think if you had to summarize Build Back Better, it would be go big or go home, essentially. So this idea that, you need to worry about pushing up budget deficits because you crowd out private investment, obviously, we're completely ignoring that in the US, with implications for the deficit and the debt burden. So this comes from the CBO. You can see that our debt burdens, it's exceeded 100% of GDP. It's according to the CBO, set to be on a continually upward path. This used to really freak out economists, and this is sort of a subsection of a new lesson we've learned when it comes to budget deficits. And that's that we've been looking at the wrong metric all this time. So we've all been looking at debt to GDP, which is a stock to a flow. You're not supposed to do that in economics. Even if you do that as an investor, often you should look at stock to stock or flow to flow. If you look at flow to flow, which is looking at real interest payments as a percentage of GDP, you can see they're way lower than they were during the global financial crisis and are forecast to go lower, according to some of my colleagues at Harvard, Jason Furman and Larry Summers, in which case we don't actually need to worry about spending so much. So that's another lesson that we've learned. We used to think that fiscal stimulus measures should be, to quote, timely, temporary, and targeted. And the whole goal of it was to boost GDP growth. As a result, if the goal is to boost GDP growth and to boost people's sort of sense of purpose in a society, unemployment insurance was considered better than mailing out checks. And support for the poor, any kind of aid should be linked to growth and to work. We've kind of thrown that out the window as well. Now we believe stimulus should be huge and universal. We recognize that our top-down tools for figuring out who exactly needs money and how to get the money to them are faulty, to say the least. And so we should just make sure people aren't falling through the cracks. judging the efficacy of a stimulus by its boost to GDP alone is missing a trick. So we've learned, I think, that GDP doesn't measure a whole bunch of things. It doesn't measure any kind of care work, at home at least. It does measure care work in the real economy, and there is an attempt to boost the value of that, to upgrade those kinds of jobs, partly because they can't be outsourced or automated. GDP doesn't consider distribution at all either. So a useful deployment of stimulus also deals with distribution. And you can see that in the chart that I showed you earlier on how the ARP will get most of the money in percentage terms to the lowest tranche of society. Another example of this is the expanded tax credit in the US, which is part of the ARP. I bring it up mainly because it's a form of universal basic income, just nobody's calling it that. But I think these are some new lessons and new ideas that we're learning in the US. We used to think that the point of fiscal stimulus and a well-designed fiscal stimulus plan would basically measure the size of the hole that we fell down in a downturn and aim to fill it completely. So you figure out the size of the hole, you figure out the multipliers on all the measures that you're going to implement, and you go ahead and try to fill that hole perfectly. And the whole goal is to bring the economy back to its equilibrium or potential growth. This is an argument that Larry Summers, my colleague, and Olivier Blanchard have been making, where actually I've pinched this chart from Larry in one of his presentations. By figuring out the size of the hole, you figure out where growth is relative to potential. And this just compares the output gap, that difference between where growth is and potential, versus the fiscal stimulus. And you can see we undershot in 2009. We didn't fill the hole up enough. And that's partly why we had such a weak recovery. But actually in 2020 and 2021, we're massively overfilling the hole. I think the size of these stimulus measures, not including Build Back Better again, it is about 5 times the size of the estimated output gap, and estimating the output gap is more of an art than a science. And so the worry is we're going to overheat the economy, drive up inflation, the Fed will have to respond and will tip us into recession because of course the Fed doesn't have a great track record in terms of generating soft landing. So that's the old perspective, and you've heard Larry and Olivier come out with those concerns. The new perspective is that there isn't a single equilibrium for an economy. And I will say, according to Larry and Olivier and sort of old school economists, the role of policy is to kind of nudge the economy back towards potential. Nudge it down if the economy is overheating, nudge it up if the economy is in a downturn. The new perspective is this idea of an output gap of potential growth, of a single equilibrium towards which the economy just naturally is going to converge. Doesn't work. Economics is probably the only science that still believes in a single equilibrium. Most of the hard sciences have taken on the notion that actually there could be multiple equilibria, and actually actors in an economy are constantly responding and changing their decisions and strategies based on the conditions around them. So in sort of coming to any kind of equilibrium, the actors then go ahead and there's a feedback loop and change their decision making accordingly, which in and of itself could bring you to a different equilibrium. And so rather than worrying about filling the hole very perfectly, the Biden administration is trying to move the economy onto a different equilibrium. So the point of policymaking based on this new view isn't to nudge the economy back to your single equilibrium, it's to prevent the economy from dropping down to a lower equilibrium, or to try to boost the economy up onto a better equilibrium. So there's a much more active role for policy there. And there's a much bigger role for government to play. So the markets can't really be trusted to go ahead and generate that kind of demand. It's the government that has to play a role. I would say there's a final view, and it's to do with kind of markets. We used to think that high tax rates on income and profits discouraged work and investment, and that minimum wages pushed up unemployment if you increase them. And so policymakers should again just kind of step aside and let markets do their thing. I think we're throwing that old view out the window, even though we haven't had a minimum wage increase passed in the US. But the new perspective is actually that the markets don't really work. There are no perfect markets in our economy. You've had, in the US in particular, a huge increase in market concentration, which reduces competition and you end up with all these winner takes most industries where superstar companies accumulate massive profits, and it also generates monopsonies so that those companies are able to pay their workers less. And so markets aren't perfect. Also, in terms of monopsonies, if you have a monopsony, then if you increase minimum wage, it can actually generate employment, and it can generate at least as much employment as that which is lost because of an increase in minimum wage. And at the same time, when it comes to taxes and trying not to disincentivize investment or work as a result of taxes, we saw with the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act that actually there's very little relationship between taxes and incentives for investment in work. So when we cut taxes, we didn't see a real sustained boost in investment. And if we hike them, the idea is we're not going to see a sustained drop in investment either. So I think that there's a different view now in terms of perspectives for the role of the markets in the economy versus the role of the government in the economy. And so, I think a more active government and industrial policy is here to stay. I'll leave it there with lessons that we've learned over the past year.
Thank you very much, Megan. I think we'll go on to the other two panelists and then come back for questions, or perhaps Matthias, you can guide me. Would you prefer to have questions for each panelist?
You're the boss, Bill, but that's fine to leave it to the end, I think.
Okay, well, let's leave it to the end. I would just say, Megan, I think your description of what has been done and what that seems to imply about changes in beliefs is fascinating and accurate. But one question I will ask later on is, do you think it is justified to have these changes in belief or not? Okay, let's go on then. Professor Epstein, please.
Thank you very much. It's a pleasure to be here. Let me try to share my screen, always a technical challenge. Let's see if we can do this. Is there any chance that people can see this?
Yes.
Yes.
I can see it.
Good show. All right. Well, I wanted to thank you, thank the Fields Institute and Matthias for inviting me. What a wonderful event. Great, important, interdisciplinary proceedings. I wanted to talk today about coupled contagions. This is mostly a theoretical talk, but also report on several empirical projects that we're using to try to calibrate these models to actual data. But coupled contagions and multiple waves is the topic today. And I have several affiliations, EPI and my modeling lab, and affiliated appointments at Courant and Department of Politics and Santa Fe Institute and, all of that. I wanted to talk on this work called Coupled Contagion, a two fears epidemic model that we've submitted to ArchiveX and is at Royal Society Interface. It's by myself, a colleague, Erez Hatna, who's the co-director of our ABM lab at NYU, and Jen Crodell, who was in postdoctoral student at the Courant Institute and has now taken a professorship at Middlebury. And the work I'm going to talk about today is also part of the OECD NAEC initiative with Alan and William on new foundations of economics. And we're interested, I think this group and that group are interested in coupled contagions within and between systems. I'm going to talk about coupled contagions within epidemics, but these also, affect economic behavior, which there are multiple feedbacks within all of these things, and try to develop parsimonious models that have some cognitive plausibility to capture the gross qualitative features of these interactions. Let's talk mostly about epidemiology. The classic epidemic models can't generate multiple waves. I mean, multiple waves, as we'll see, is very characteristic of COVID. It's still a major concern here and globally. And the classical epidemic models can't generate multiple waves. Here's the classical SIR model, where there's susceptible pool, infective pool, removed pool, all heterogeneous, and they're perfectly mixed. Okay, the mixing is S times I. It's mass action kinetics, and where every contact between a susceptible and infective produces transmits with probability beta. So the transition is from the susceptible pool into the infected pool at rate beta SI, and then removal at negative exponential rate into the dead pool, what have you. And there are millions of extensions of these, but none of them generate endogenous multiple waves. And I've been doing a lot of work to identify behavioral mechanisms of multiple waves. And of course, this has been central to COVID-19. In the United States, certainly, it's really the most salient feature of the whole thing has been multiple waves. You can see this. But it's also true in virtually all other countries are seeing multiple waves, as you can see here. And within the United States, it's very pronounced in a whole variety of states, New Jersey, New York. In New York, it's very, very serious right now, speaking from NYU. And a huge driver is the Manhattan metro area. All right, so the main point is multiple waves are a huge fact of this characteristic of the COVID-19 pandemic all over the world. And I'm looking for behavioral mechanisms for multiple waves that also would apply to financial contagions and other things. It's important to note that multiple waves do not require new strains of the virus. We're seeing new strains, but we've had multiple waves without them. And so the issue is there a behavioral mechanism? And I'd like to talk about two behavioral narratives. One is cycles of social distancing. So the disease, and I'll show you the mathematization of all this, but the idea is the disease spikes. This produces increased fear of the disease. Because people are afraid, they observe social distancing and reduce their effective contacts. This reduces new cases, but this also reduces fear of disease. And then people get sloppy about reducing contacts, and contacts go back up again, and new cases go back up, and you get second waves. And this is exactly what happened in 1918 in the UK, in Wales, in US cities. This is a standard, for that pandemic, it's clearly an essential mechanism. And it's exactly what you see. I know that we're all interested in statistics, but the stories from the time are also very compelling. And Bootsma and Ferguson have put together a virtual encyclopedia of these. But for Chicago, here's what happened, for example. The thing spikes, and the Commissioner of Health says, go home and go to bed until you're well. Closed all theaters, closed all events, all of this stuff. And then the disease does fall, right? It falls from a high level to a low level. And he writes, okay, we're practically out of the woods. All bans are off. And he was right. They were practically out of the woods. The trouble is epidemics can take off with one index case. So it's not enough to be out of the woods. You have to be really at a high level of herd immunity, and they weren't. So they got multiple waves this way, from premature relaxation of distancing, which we saw all over the world and now in the United States, and even the current Indian tragedy is probably also accountable to this. So this is one very important mechanism we want a mathematical model to capture. The premature relaxation of distancing because of the decay of fear, which I'll also discuss in connection with Agent Zero, which has some neuroscience of fear. I think it's very important to get neuroscience into both epidemiology and economics, but back to that later. A second narrative I'm interested in depends on is about vaccination. It's another contributor to cycles, is premature refusal of vaccine, which we're also seeing and which is of great concern in the United States. So here, the cycle depends on the balance between two fears, fear of disease and fear of the vaccine. And again, in this paper with my colleagues, Erez Hatna and Jen Crodell, She's, I think I mentioned that she's at Courant now at Middlebury. This is a two fears epidemic model that's out on ArchiveX and submitted to Royal Society. But in a nutshell, this is the idea. If the fear of disease exceeds the fear of the vaccine, people accept the vaccine. But this itself can suppress transmission of disease. And so new cases fall. So now people become less afraid of the disease than of the vaccine. This inequality is reversed. People are more afraid of the shot than of the bug, and people refuse vaccine, and the disease roars back. Smallpox is a great example of this historically, among many others, measles, even polio. So the core of the model is, roughly speaking, that the rate of uptake of vaccine is proportional to the fear difference, disease minus vaccine. So that equality is a tipping point of the dynamics. On one side, you get vaccination and suppression, but on the other side, the suppression itself can reverse the inequality, and you get cessation of vaccine, and the thing storms back. And this also is very true historically. There's a great book by Jennifer Lee Carroll on the sort of social history of smallpox, where she says, in London, inoculation's popularity waxed and waned through the 1730s with the force of the disease. In bad years, people flocked to be inoculated. In lighter years, the practice shrank. Inoculation was a security, the only security to cling to within the terror of an epidemic. In times of good health, however, it looked like a foolish flirtation with danger, and people stopped vaccinating, and smallpox roared back. All right. So there are several contagions going on in these episodes and in COVID-19. One is there's disease, there's fear of the disease, there's fear of the disease and vaccine, and there's fear of the disease and vaccine and fear of the vaccine. And we've tried to build a parsimonious model that subsumes the classical model, but also includes these further dynamics. This is the picture. I know it looks, kind of horrific. It's a nonlinear differential equations model. But I think you'll see, if you care to spend a minute with it, that it subsumes the classical model. ds dt equals minus beta si, as we saw, so that with no fear, with no of these fear subscripts, you get susceptibles flow into the infected pool at beta si, beta is, like this. They flow out at gamma I, and they flow into the removed pool at gamma I. So this term, these terms, and this term are the classical model, but they're perturbed by all these fears of disease and of vaccine. And this is the really important equation, which relates the rate of vaccine uptake to the fear difference, itself a function of prevalence, growth rates, other things, all right? So there are two central scenarios of interest. One is that contagious fear decay controls the second waves, just as in the 1918 pandemic and in the US COVID example. And what's interesting is that if the fear decay is sufficiently high, the second waves can be bigger than the first ones. So here is the fear decay rate. And if it's high, people prematurely abandon distancing, igniting a second wave. And what's very troublesome is that the second waves can be worse than the first ones for quite a few of these values. And this is very much on my mind and on the mind of most epidemiologists regarding COVID resurgence in the United States, but also in Brazil, India, many states of the United States that just keep not wearing masks. So this is a serious mechanism of more waves that we're worried about. A second one is this business with the vaccine. I mean, adverse reactions to the J&J vaccine led to the, as you know, suspension of vaccines. And even rare adverse events can lead to contagions of fear and vaccine refusal. This is not, I would argue, canonically rational, but is part of the evolved fear system in which there are several regularities, one of which is that the shock, surprise, magnitude of event can completely eclipse its actual probability. And this is something I've incorporated in the Agent Zero model that I'll talk to in a minute, which is meant to be a formal alternative to the rational actor. All right, so vaccine refusal can produce subsequent waves. And here's the model showing that if the adverse vaccine event rate, now this is the perceived event rate. I mean, the actual event rate can be much smaller than what people assess to be the risk, which is routinely overrated, and I'll talk to that in a minute. But vaccine adverse events produce vaccine refusal, and this can generate subsequent waves also. So we're very worried about this evolution in the United States. And, you know, when you combine them, you can get very wild dynamics. And we're not out of the woods, I don't think, on any of these counts. And the new strains will revive all of these concerns. It's another example, though, I think of, and I'll tell you the empirical work we have going on, but, you know, most people are trained that, you know, science begins with data. You scurry around and collect a great deal of data and then run regressions to try to decide on the model structure. But that's not at all how not actual, but I mean, other sciences like physics certainly did not proceed in that way. Often the whole thing starts with a theory, and the theory suggests what perhaps very novel and curious data you need to collect. And to test behavioral models like this does require novel data on fear, mobility, other sorts of factors. And we have a grant from NSF to take the model I just showed you and try to calibrate it to actual data, starting with New York State. And this is a project with several colleagues who I will name, but it's really about the computational reconstruction of coupled contagion dynamics using new social media data. And the stars of the show are these massive Twitter databases and new topic model methods of extracting concerned awareness about things like COVID, vaccine, and so on. And David Broniatowski and Rebecca Batensky and Yang Feng from the biostatistics department at NYU are doing this. But so this is disease happens, it produces fear. We can track disease using case data. Maybe we can track fear crudely using this Twitter data. The fear produces changes in behavior, in particular changes in mobility and distancing. And maybe we can capture that with geocoded Bluetooth-enabled mobility data. So for the first time, really, we have a chance to really calibrate and validate, a term I avoid, but really test these models empirically and calibrate them using these new data sources on attitudinal factors and mobility and cases. And again, the actual work involves machine learning and other sorts of methods to calibrate the model. I think big way to advance is to populate large models with cognitively plausible agents, not rational actors. This is, of course, a separate debate with my dear colleagues in economics. But one candidate for populating these models is this creature agent zero, a very provisional agent that I developed on a very lavish grant that left me 5 years to actually think. A rare thing in academia, and the idea was to produce a cognitively plausible agent. And I go through this some other time because we're running out of time. But the idea is that a cognitively plausible agent has emotions, and in particular, fear. When we know quite a bit about fear. They also have, yes, they have a deliberative component, but it's boundedly rational, poorly informed, makes all kinds of routine mistakes that are, that are documented in mountainous literature from Dan Kahneman and Tversky and Herb Simon and a million other people have demonstrated systematic departures from canonical rationality. And they're connected to other fear-driven, statistically hobbled agents in social networks, and all of those matter. So I've built an agent that has an affective, deliberative, and social module. Those interact to produce observable behaviors, and when you put a bunch of these creatures together, you get lots of observed dynamics in health, conflict, economics, social psychology, even law. So it's very provisional, but it's formal. It's meant to be a real alternative to the rational actor. I mean, there's lots of empirical criticism, but even decisive experiments don't change practice. I think Paul Samuelson said, You can only beat a model with another model. So this is an attempt to do something along those lines. And again, I cannot get into this in the time we have, but the idea is that agents have a disposition to take a binary action, dump stock, take the vaccine, eat too many Oreos, whatever it is, based on this affective component, based on the neuroscience of fear, and a deliberative component that embodies some of the well-known cognitive biases, reliance on heuristics, base rate neglect, some of the other well-established departures from optimizing behavior. And they weigh others in their network. So they have a total disposition to act, which is their disposition alone, plus a weighted sum of those in their network. If that's over some threshold, they act. And there's a lot under the hood, but it's very simple. There's only really, I think, 3 or 4 parameters. So it looks uglier than it is. But the idea is agents have a stimulus pattern. It could be bumping into a diseased agent. It could be bumping into a trader who's terrified about some stock. They form a disposition and they act. And that alters the stimulus pattern and it feeds back. And, this is all in my book. But the idea is, for example, if you think of a military interpretation, here are 3 of my agent zeros. This one never moves. He's never subject to any attack. These are attacks, but there could be sudden losses of stock values, other sorts of things. And these agents are over the threshold. They wipe out their village. They dump their stock. But the interesting thing is this guy also wipes out his village, dumps his stock, refuses vaccine. These could be adverse vaccine events. This is vaccine refusal. These refusing into all vaccines. This guy refuses vaccine. And the idea is you can watch these things unfold. Here's the stimulus pattern. These are the responses. And this guy wipes out his village, refuses his vaccine, dumps his stock, even though he's never been exposed to any of the adverse events at all. Flight, this could be capital flight. These are sudden losses of value in a portfolio. I'll go a little faster. And agents who would not depart the scene alone are dragged out by others. And the most interesting and arresting one is where the agent actually goes first with no direct stimulus. So who really begins a financial panic anyway? Who is the index case and so on? All right, so again, there's lots of extensions of this work, scale up to large numbers. We've done a lot of work adding networks to these agents, which could be contact networks in a disease, financial networks in an economy. We've done a lot of work on this. And what's quite interesting is, again, you can get large scale activation without direct stimulus. And this could be vaccine refusal, premature relaxation of distancing, dumping stocks, fleeing the scene, all sorts of stuff. So we want to scale up dramatically and we have the computational capacity to do entire economies. This is an epidemic model we did for the NIH, which is H1N1, starts in LA, black is healthy, red is sick, blue is recovered. And we can do all these national models, and we've been doing them, of course, with school closures, all sorts of other things in the present context. And we have planetary scale models. This is another one we did and published in both a piece in Nature by me and a computing machinery journal. If it starts in Asia, how quickly does it get around the world? Do you impose flight restrictions? Do you send all your antivirals to this part of the world, etc.? Okay. And again, the idea is to adapt to this, to financial contagions as well, and couple these spheres. Fear is used loosely in the talk I've given, but it's actually grounded in the neuroscience of fear, which is very interesting and rich. And again, with more time, I'd couch all of these remarks in the greatest humility about neuroscience and all these other things. But the idea is there's some simple equations for fear. I don't know how much time I have left, but I'll just say that.
Try to bring it to an end in the next 5 minutes. It's absolutely fascinating.
Oh, okay. Well, 5 minutes, God, that's an eternity. All right. So the idea is, what are we talking about with this fear business? Here's a standard trial of it. This is a subject. This is the subject's amygdala. And these orange things represent activation of the amygdala, recruitment of blood to the amygdala, and all the associated freezing, adrenaline spikes, lots of neurophysiological signals of this. But the idea is, if I show this agent a blue light, nothing happens. On the other hand, if I put a shock cuff on, I have a shock cuff on them, I show them a blue light, nothing happens. If I shock them, the amygdala gets excited, says, what the hell is that? That's an adverse event. I don't like that. And I'm fearful. I want to know. I'm alert. I'm vigilant. So it recruits blood to the thing. So blue light, nothing, shock, activation. Now, if I start pairing them, blue light, shock, blue light, shock, blue light, shock, then I show the agent the blue light alone, and he anticipates the shock, and his amygdala is recruited. So this is how you learn fear, how all primates learn fear, and it's encoded in a very well understood neural apparatus. I mean, I shouldn't say very well understood, but an identifiable neural complex with this sort of functional specificity. What's interesting, however, is that you don't need to observe the aversive stimulus to acquire the fear. And the most interesting experiment, also done at NYU, is here's our initial subject. He's being subjected to blue light shock, blue light shock, blue light shock. You show him the blue light, bam, his amygdala lights up. But the actual subject is an observer of the conditioning trials. That's agent B here. This person is not ever shocked. He's just watching the other agent subjected to blue light shock, blue light shock, blue light shock. And then you show him the blue light, his amygdala lights up without ever having the shock. So you can learn fear from others who have not endured, without enduring the aversive stimulus. And of course, that's great because I can learn to fear the stove because Bill White gets burned on the stove. I don't have to burn myself on the stove. That's a great thing. But it's also a terrible thing if Bill transmits to me a baseless fear. And what's interesting is that the way we learn fear is not through an evaluation of data, but through this simple mechanism, very famous mechanism. Obviously, neuroscience would say that's primitive and old. Right, I want primitive, old, simple models that are illuminating. I don't care about great detail at this point. But the idea is that what really makes people learn is surprise and salience, not frequency or data. If I throw a snake in your lap, there's a whole mechanism that's entrained, and you don't stop and evaluate, is that a black mamba or just a garden snake? You're just afraid. Later, your frontal cortex kicks in, and you make an evaluation that it's some act worthy of fear or not. But the fear spike happens regardless, surprise and salience. And this is why speculation sets us up for financial crises, because surprise depends on expectations. In a speculative bubble, expectations are high, so sudden departures are surprising and salient. And so fear learning is fast. And as we've seen, it's also contagious. So you get spikes and transmission in both of these spheres, epidemics, economics, and they're coupled. People in the financial sector know that the economy is falling because of the epidemic, and that produces a separate fear contagion. So I think the future of this whole area, the interdisciplinary area that we here are interested in, I think one agenda is to populate these coupled models with cognitively plausible agents and calibrate them using the massive new data we have on contagious fear, mobility, and how that got fouled up. But it's all about data, and try to study and anticipate coupled contagions within and between epidemic and economic systems. So I know that's fast and furious, but that's what I'm thinking. And I think this group has a wonderful opportunity to forge a collaboration in this synthetic modeling arena and make a big difference on huge overarching questions of policy. So thank you.
Well, thank you very much, Professor Epstein. That was really fascinating. And I say that, I said right at the beginning, it's the interaction between these systems that seem to me to be the most important element of the problems that we face. And as far as I could tell up until now, not really sort of thought about very much. So absolutely fascinating. We'll come back to this, of course, and after we have the other presentation.
Great.
I've got a number of questions myself about all of this.
Wonderful.
Okay, let's go on to Igor Linkov, please. Thank you, Igor. Your slides are up.
Okay, thank you very much. It's an honor to be invited. And I'm with Army Engineer Research and Development Center, but my views, of course, not of government, by my own. This presentation builds on what I have been working on with NAEC over the last 4 years. And also, since early days of COVID, I and half of my team was assigned to New England, FEMA, and HHS COVID response task force. And as a part of this assignment, we actually provide guidance to FEMA and HHS administrators regionally, head of states, and other people who were responsible for dealing with COVID in New England. And we also contributed to military decision-making with North Atlantic Division that is responsible for Europe and Pacific Ocean Division. So I have some perspective, but what I'm going to do, I'm going to kind of give my perspective of what is complex system and resilience and how it relates to COVID and pandemics in general. I will start with historical perspective, and then I will show some of the work that we've done on analyzing reopening policy, impact on food and vaccine distribution. And hopefully I will drive to conclusion that risk and resilience-based approaches and relevant analytics are of crucial importance for modeling of pandemics, and resilience specifically needs to be incorporated in economic models, as well as any relevant modeling for response and recovery. So, of course, I don't need to convince this audience that we deal with very complex system, and system thinking is absolutely necessary. Resilience is a relatively recent addition to a set of tools that we have in dealing with complex system issues. Resilience means ability to recover and adapt after disruptions. And one of the argument and hypothesis that we have, and in fact we build it in this conference 10 years after Lehman Brothers, is that our systems are, and especially economic systems, are focused on effectiveness. We optimize for efficiency. And with economic system, the idea is that market will cure itself. And if we have efficiency, we don't need to worry about anything else. And if problems happen, we just have financial infusions. But the question really is it working or not? And we already heard today that it may not be working, and we are in this frontier of how to change it to make it better. And in our work, we really argue that future is actually trading off efficiency and resilience. And that's probably is going to help us in the future. But let's look first in the past. The concept of resilience is actually not new. Now, 3 administrations promoted. Obama actually started in 2012, 2013. It was part of executive orders, and Trump used it in many executive orders. And of course, Biden, new executive orders are all about resilience. The problem that I see is that there is a lot of confusion of resilience and risk. A lot in our governance system are built on risk management and security, but it's basically very different. Risk is about keeping system the way it is, while resilience is ability to recover from disruptions. So starting point from risk and resilience are very different. And this is, I don't have time to go through that, but we published many papers. Another problem is that resilience is often mixed with many other properties of system affected by threats, like robustness, agility, sustainability. They all are different, and resilience have very special meaning. And we need to be very careful when we're talking about it. Now back to pandemics. So the question of pandemics, of course, you cannot avoid Venice. We had Black Death some 700 years ago, and back in 2013, I was teaching in Venice, and we look at these issues and we argue that what happened in Venice is beginning of public health. We had protective clothes that we still use it. We have Lazaretto Islands where they send sick people, and they also introduced quarantine. And quarantine is actually economic side of the problem. Venice lived from trade, and quarantine was actually sacrificing a lot of GDP, so to say, to really deal with disease. And we argue in these papers that what happened is actually resilience measure. They break disease propagation network at local level, community levels through lazaretto, and regional levels through quarantine, right? So then the question is, okay, so what are we learning from that? What happened after Black Death, of course, we had Renaissance. So society moved to a better place after major failures. And in this paper that we published in 2016, we argued that we need to be smarter. We need to understand how to get to new states of the society and system without getting through this panarchy collapse as we had in the past. And we argued that the way to do that is to understand trade-offs related to resilience and efficiency and other factors. And we need to have ability to quantify resilience. And indeed we did. We published this paper on Ebola pandemics. We use agent-based model, very similar to what we heard in previous presentation with Alex Vespignani. And we looked to the issues that are very interesting now. At which scale of pandemics you really need to start restriction and restrict travel and other activities. And we show that actually, while risk is going to be decreased, no matter how small pandemic is, resilience, which incorporate ability of society to function and recover, has very limited and narrow windows when restrictions are very efficient. And we argue that you need to understand that. You need to understand parameters of pandemics. Again, as in previous presentation. And fear, we look at fear, and same story. With fear, you have even narrower region when you really need to worry about that from resilience perspective. Of course, when COVID pandemic started, we tried to use these ideas and thinking about resilience to see what is going to happen. As I mentioned, we get assigned to New England and other international activities related to pandemic response and recovery. And we developed multiple models and multiple tools to help decision makers to deal with that. For example, one of the tools that we developed was actually, remember like 1 year ago, we had opening up America again. The question was how you go from lockdowns to normal operations. And you can see that duration of lockdown was very different in multiple states in the US. And we were focusing on New England, of course, but what was really interesting is that you have different phases of lockdown, then phase 1, phase 2, and phase 3, and that all was set up and opening up America again. So what we've done, we try to connect this disease propagation, you see COVID cases, and economic impact. We look at multiple metrics. I think here you can see credit card spending. And what is interesting is that looking at Massachusetts and Maine, Maine didn't have first wave, while Massachusetts had like quite significant first wave. But economically, Maine was affected more than Massachusetts. So Maine is in a sense less resilient than Massachusetts. And it's obvious Massachusetts is a much bigger state, Maine is more rural. And what we did, we tried to correlate this reopening factors with credit card spending and infection rate and card spending in different phases. So what you can see, which is quite interesting, that like in state like New York, when you have like first wave and they were in lockdown, then they're reopening, you can see when caseload is low, people spend more, and when you have many cases, they spend less. Well, if you look at other states like California, it's kind of reverse. States went to lockdown, but spending was actually hitting in the wrong direction. So it's a kind of big disconnect about reopening and impact on caseload. And obviously we make some, and this paper is in preparation, we make some of interpretation of that, but this is yet another visualization. We correlate date of reopening and date of peak. So if you are on the straight line, like Arizona and California, you basically reopen right when you have the most of the cases. This is first wave, of course. And New York, of course, wasn't locked down much longer. So it clearly shows very different dynamics in different states. I think the first presentation from students was about different countries, but we did some of that for individual states in the US, which is quite interesting. So what is the lesson learned here? Well, we need to connect all these ideas and analytics that we have on modeling of pandemic, on resilience and risk with policy, because obviously we didn't really follow any strategy and kind of closing and opening different states. Now, let's talk about food. You would think that, again, I'm talking only about the US now, you would think that food should not be an issue, but apparently it was. You can see that caloric deficiency in New England states and in the US jump from pre-pandemic to now by, it's like close to 10% in some cases. Of course, New England is doing much better than US in general, but you can see in households with children, it's even more pronounced than in other places. Again, the question is, do we have efficient policy? And we work with Small Business Administration. They try to stimulate, in this case, food industry by providing loans. And the question is, do we have a good penetration of these loans? And again, we can see that in some areas, yeah, you do have, but in others, when you get into more rural areas where, by the way, as I show, Maine, more rural areas are less resilient, you have less penetration. And we are helping SBA in this case to really focus their policy on the areas that are more vulnerable and less resilient. And, you know, this is like really fascinating. In the US, of course, Martha Vineyard is famous little island. Obama's and Clinton's vacation there. They have houses and all that. And you would think that, you know, places like that have real estate cost really high should not have any problem with food, right? But this is not the case. You can see pantry visits in Martha Vineyard, and you can see dramatic spike in 2020. Moreover, you have a tribe here in Martha Vineyard, and they have major issues with food. They have a special needs because of the tribal nature of their living, and they are not getting to be met. And this is like one area where we are really fascinated with supply chain ideas, right? Supply chain in this remote location were disrupted disproportionately compared to mainland. And we clearly see that in food. And now let's talk about vaccination. Supply chain for vaccine is one of the reasons why we have problems in many countries. We can produce much more, but scaling up production requires thinking about supply chain. And resilience of supply chain was not addressed. In fact, the whole field of supply chain was focused on efficiency, on lean supply chain. And we had like first warning sign when we had Fukushima disaster, when car manufacturers were basically stopped for 6 months because of what seemed to be like very localized disruption. But now we see it's on a global scale. And one example that I'd like to use where this is especially worrisome is Ukraine. We are not talking about India. It's like one of the largest countries in Europe. And you can see excess mortality is significant there, but vaccination rate is very low. They just don't have vaccine, even compared to other Eastern European countries in the region. So we definitely need to look at supply chain, and we need to help as governments, we need to help manufacturers to address these issues. And we keep hearing about millions of vaccine had to be destroyed because of the issues in supply chain of vulnerabilities and things like that. So moving forward, again, we work with William and others on bringing this notion of resilience, and COVID pandemics is, of course, teachable moment for us. We need to do more of this. And how to move forward, I agree with previous speakers and with student presentation that better data analytics and integration of all this clustering, and next step would be data-driven AI algorithm can really help in building more resilient supply chain. And fundamentally, this is our new thinking here. Fundamentally, we really need to look back in economic models and try to understand how you build resilience by design or by intervention. Current economic models, and currently what we do, it's just all by intervention. We just dump money in the system when something bad happens. And it should be done, but the question is how you design the system so it can recover on its own, and how you balance investment through by design and by intervention. And again, my last slide, the vision is that we need to translate real world into model, and model for me is networks, connected cyber, physical, social network. And the goal is to find the better way to manage the system. And we published a lot on this, and this book will be out in a week or so. It's first book that talks about COVID in the context of systemic risk and resilience. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much indeed. Thank you very much indeed, Igor. And indeed, thanks to all three of the panelists. You've covered the territory in very different but complementary ways. So it's been interesting from start to finish. Questions now or observations? I see Alan's had his hand up for quite some time. Alan, do you want to make a point?
Yes, please. To Josh, one of the things, you know that I, in general, always agree with almost everything you say, Josh. One thing that
I think that's a bad sign for me, but all right.
But
well, for both of us, I guess.
Well, maybe. But one thing that does strike me about this is you're absolutely right. I believe entirely in this idea of the contagion of fear, the epidemic of fear and so forth, and that leads people to behave otherwise. But the thing that puzzles me most about COVID is that, okay, so fear should also then hit people who are participating in the financial markets. And typically we're told that fear leads to much greater pessimism about the future. And therefore, you would expect the financial markets to be going down too as the contagion spreads to the people acting in them. And yet what we've seen is a strange, completely strange disjunction between financial markets and everything else that's happening. And so what is it, who are these people that are investing and continue to be optimistic and yet don't seem to be contaminated by this contagion of fear? This is a strange phenomenon, at least for me.
Can I compliment that, Josh, by saying if the recognition of the reality of the pandemic spreading is delayed in the financial markets, does that mean that the reaction will be even more substantial?
Well, of course, the proper answer is I don't know. But beyond that, I think I like your intuition that the delayed dynamics matter a lot, William. And there's a colleague of mine at Courant who studies all the volatilities that happen because of these lags. Her name is Lei Sang Yang. She uses delay differential equations to study this. And yes, that can be a very important source of volatility. On Alan, again, I don't know. I mean, I wonder whether the people responsible for the large financial movements aren't, in fact, well insulated from these fears. I mean, they're not, they're not typically they're insulated from fear. They're well-to-do. They're in communities observing sensible measures like masks and hygiene and distancing. They're the first to get vaccines, and you could imagine that they don't become afraid. There's this phenomenon that Paul Slovic has documented called psychic numbing, and he says, it's this famous saying that one child lost is a tragedy, a million lost is a statistic. And the fact that cases are high may just lose salience as the prevalence just sustains and sustains and sustains. So we're seeing, for example, tweets about COVID actually fall as the prevalence increases because people are inured to the phenomenon. And I think in a lot of these models, Igor, I think you're probably thinking about this too. It's actually the rate of change, not the level of prevalence that can drive people. So Bill, I like the idea of lags. Alan, I don't have a clean answer. I suspect A, that the people driving financial movements are not terribly afraid of COVID for a variety of reasons having to do with their socioeconomic situation. And in general, prevalence is not the most salient variable. It's more like new cases or cases in my immediate network or things like this that produce actual fear.
Can I just ask a quick rider then, Josh, if that's true, but these people who are well insulated are still dealing with businesses that sell to all these people who are afraid.
Fair enough. Fair enough.
And so, they may be isolated, but they see what's going on.
Fair enough. Fair enough. I agree. I think it's a very good and complicated question to which I don't have a very good answer, but I think it's worth studying for sure. You're quite right.
Yeah. Okay. One thing that thought that came to me, sort of coming from a financial background, is we often think in terms of expected loss. Okay, fear of expected loss. But fear is a product of the probability of a bad thing happening and the likelihood and the value lost when the bad thing occurs. So my question, I suppose, is could you expand your analysis to introduce new methods that lower the fear of actually going to the hospital or dying because you've become sick? So it's not just a question of getting infected, it's a question of what are the consequences of becoming infected.
Right. I mean, I think one of the ways of disarming fear is, for example, on vaccine, people should, you should say, don't be surprised when 1 person in 2 million has an adverse reaction to the vaccine. You need to disarm surprise by embracing a certain level of failure so that people aren't shocked and you don't get a contagion of baseless fear through this confusion between the magnitude of an event, someone dying, and the probability, which is virtually zero. So I think fear management in some respects requires the anticipation and admission that there will be adverse events, and don't let it become sensationalized sources of financial panic or vaccine refusal or other things. So embrace failure is my recommendation to policymakers.
Thank you. Megan, you had your hand up before.
Yeah.
And I think I did pose you a question in any event a few minutes ago.
That's right. I just thought I would weigh in on this one and argue that actually fear of what is going on in the economy and what is going on health-wise and a huge market rally aren't necessarily contradictory. They don't contradict one another, right? So I don't think that the market rally is a bet on what's going on in the economy or in terms of the virus. I think there are other factors that are at play. So for example, if you look at the composition of the S&P 500, about 25% of it is tech and pharma. It actually kind of makes sense in the middle of a pandemic that investors would be betting that tech and pharma would do well off the back of this. And as we sit here on a Zoom call dialing in from all parts of the world, I think that underscores that as well. And then the market rally in the US started literally the day after the Fed said they would buy corporate debt. That's not a coincidence. So I think that, you know, there's no fear among investors that the Fed won't have their backs, actually. And that's quite rational because the Fed has gone ahead and said as much. So I wouldn't take this seeming division between what's going on Wall Street and Main Street at face value. I think there's a lot that's rationally driving the markets higher. It doesn't reflect the idea that investors are blasé about the virus or the economy.
One thing I've worried about for a
excellent
long time,
points.
the more instances that the Fed shows they've got your back, the more credible the statements are that we've got your back, and the whole thing just accelerates. And I think that's sort of what we're seeing. Anyway, Madeline, Jeanette, please, you had your hand up.
Yes, thank you. I want to ask a question to Josh. Like, the whole model is based on fear. What about trust? Because how do you take that into consideration? Because the government try to communicate and kind of send policies to reassure their citizen, but depending of one country to the next, their level of trust is quite different. And therefore, like, how do you take that into consideration? And knowing that the fear model is reinforced today by the communication with the algorithm, like you want to read something and it kind of send you the type of thing you want to read. So it reinforces if you are in the trust path versus the fear path. So why didn't you consider that aspect?
I did, and it's a very good point. And I apologize that the talk was very fast and furious, and I focused on the fear part because I thought that was the most germane to the COVID dynamics. But the Agent Zero has this affective component based on the neuroscience of fear, but there's also an overt, conscious, deliberative component based on statistical estimates the agent makes about the world around him, and in which he takes in messages that communicate the actual number of cases and the actual state of the economy and other things. So, and those can include government messages that the agent could trust or not trust, and they can be heterogeneous in the level of trust they have toward those messages. And they're connected to others who have all of these things going on as well. And it can net out into behavior consistent with the government message or inconsistent with it. But I didn't go into it just because it was a fast and furious talk, but I think the point is very well taken, and it's accounted for in the model, however crudely and provisionally. So I certainly a very sensible observation of yours.
Thank you.
Not
Megan,
to say it's right, and I'm not just, but that it's explicit and replicable and testable in principle. But yeah, I think that belongs in the model, and it is in.
Megan, can I go back to you again and ask that question that I asked before? You've laid out all the different ways in which the behavior has changed, indicating that beliefs have changed. But my question is, are those beliefs justified, or are they just the easy way out? Basically, what it comes down to is print and spend. It's worked. It seems to have worked in the past, or at least it's caused no great problems. So this is the way out for all the future problems.
Yeah, well, I don't know about that. Ask Greece if it's created no problems before. I mean, certainly some countries have run into issues. First, I'll say, I say that we've learned these new lessons as economists. And I think for the most part, that's fair. But on this issue of switching from a single equilibrium to multiple equilibria, I'm not sure. I don't know genuinely whether the Biden folks are sitting around a table saying, hey, every other science has figured this out. Maybe we should adopt this. It's quite possible, but it might just be convenient as an explanation. So we'll see whether views have fundamentally changed. Are they justified in fundamentally changing? I think we've got a lot of evidence, both from other industries and disciplines, but also from the past couple decades, and certainly since the global financial crisis, that some of the assumptions we've been making in economics are just misplaced, like markets are efficient, right? Our markets are all rigged. In the US, which is supposed to be kind of the bastion of capitalism, we're starting to discover that's not particularly right. The idea that, we really have to worry about budget deficits because it will crowd in private investment. There's just absolutely no evidence of that. In the developed world, at least, I think there are different rules depending on whether you control your own currency and whether you're an emerging market or a developed country based on trust that investors have, the strength of your institutions, things like that. But across the developed world, I think it's justified that we do update some of our fundamental assumptions. I'll also say it's not a surprise that the US is the country that's gone out and is running this experiment. And we're a bit ahead of everybody else, I think, on that, because the US has this exorbitant privilege where it has the biggest, most liquid asset class in the world and the global reserve currency. So the repercussions are likely, if this fails, are likely to be smaller for the US than they would, for example, a Eurozone country that's tied to a single currency. But I do think that the rest of the world should be watching what happens in the US pretty keenly and quick to adopt some of these lessons. The UK, for example, has already had leaked documents about, hiking taxes and pension reform to pay for this war. They're obviously going in a different direction. I think they should be watching very closely, same with the EU, to see what happens here. And where this experiment will live or die is inflation. So what happens to inflation in the US? We will certainly get higher inflation. But will it be sustained? I think it's right to think it won't be. It's really difficult for one country to have sustained higher inflation while nobody else does. It's really difficult for one central bank to diverge in terms of monetary policy and move rates away from the global long-run neutral rate. That's really difficult to sustain. So will it be sustained? And also, will policymakers think it's sustained? So if the Fed freaks out and all of a sudden worries that really high inflation is the wave of the future, if inflation expectations become ungrounded, then I think that's an issue too. That's the big risk in this experiment, but I'm fairly sanguine about it.
And if the US experiment fails, given the importance of the dollar, it will have big implications for other people. I've got Richard Buchstaber and then three others already on the line. So please, Richard.
Yeah, I just, the chart that showed real interest payments as percent of GDP, I think, I hate to differ with Larry Summers, but, people don't eat real returns, they eat nominal. And it's a natural tendency that we've seen historically, and it would be interesting if things change this time around, that people inflate their way out of huge deficits. And if we see high inflation or expectation of high inflation, one thing that you'll see immediately is a huge mark-to-market loss for people who are holding bonds. And so I wonder what that would imply for the markets generally and for investing going forward. And then finally, when you roll off from the current debt and have to refinance, the cost in nominal terms of refinancing will be much higher. And then you've got secondary problems. So I guess my question is, how wedded are you to the notion that things should be looked at in real terms versus the implications that I just discussed that would be there if you look at things in nominal terms?
Yeah, a quick response, Megan?
Yeah, so for investors, you're right. Nominal is what matters. For Joe Sixpack, real is what matters, because of course inflation influences their basket as well. And I think the general consensus is that even if we end up with a little bit more inflation, that's less costly than having loads of people on the sidelines in unemployment terms. I'm not particularly worried about bond investors because, I think if they lose money, that's kind of what happens in markets. You take a risk, you pay the price sometimes, and our markets are looking pretty frothy in the US. So I'm not sure that's a terrible outcome. I'm much more concerned about what happens for the regular person on the street. And there, I do think that looking at things in real terms is the right way to look at it. Did that answer your question?
Yes, although I disagree. Having just retired from University of California, where we were managing a pension of 250,000 employees, I don't know that the people on the street are unaffected, but you know, I get your point.
Okay, let's move on. Alan?
No, sorry, William.
Oh, you still?
My hand was left up there.
Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, that's even better then. Where am I? Kareem. Kareem Alkin, please.
Thank you, Chair. The considerations of World Health Organization about COVID-19 make the situation more complex, more uncertain, and create more difficulties for the simulation models of pandemic, because it changed all the behavior of people. I'm afraid desperation, hopelessness about the pandemic increased the infection. So in this situation, with the considerations of World Health Organization, and create more problem for the simulations, how we can manage this issue.
Could I ask Igor to come in on that, and then Josh? I think you're muted, Igor.
Thank you.
Oh, sorry, I was saying that it's really not my field. Maybe one of the economists can comment on that.
And the hypothesis was what again, Karim? Sorry.
Yeah, very quickly, I will ask that the considerations of World Health Organization about COVID-19 make the situation more complex and more uncertain, and create more difficulties for the simulation models of pandemic. So how we can manage this pandemic simulations with the very complex considerations of World Health Organization?
Yeah, I'm not entirely sure exactly what WHO messages you have in mind. I mean, some of them, you know, are, for example, I mean, they rank vaccine refusal as one of the top 10 threats to global public health. I think that's a constructive message, but I'm not sure which of their activities you consider to be unconstructive. I'm just not sure what exactly you have in mind. Can you elaborate a little bit?
For example, World Health Organization, on their considerations, they say that, for example, we will live with this COVID-19 for all our lives. This is an unlimited situation. I see. Yeah. This kind of issue. So that's.
But I think that's okay. I think not to interrupt, but yes, I think that when they say that, they're not saying that there'll be a high level of COVID. They're just saying it'll be a low-level endemic presence, the way that other coronaviruses are, like the common cold, or like annual flu, or like other things. And luckily, we have these very adaptive, rapid vaccines, the MMR-based vaccines, that, you know, it may, and, you know, the fact of the matter is the thing will mutate. And so I think it's reasonable to say, look, there's going to be some low level of presence. And especially when you consider that many parts of the world are not going to have terrific control policies or very good vaccine or low level of background health. I think it's fair to say, and it disarms the hysterical fear, and that's constructive, to say, look, this is going to be a presence. If we're all intelligent and we stay on top of it and we continue developing vaccines for the variants and we get high uptake and so forth, it's a controllable endemic disease. But I think that's probably, you know, a sane thing to say. I don't think they're saying stay hysterical about it, or imagine that there's going to be another 500,000 dead in the United States. I mean, if they were saying that, then I agree with you. It would have a chilling effect on the economy, on a million other things. But I'm not entirely sure that's the message they're sending. I think they're just saying, look, and I think most evolutionary epidemiologists and other virologists would agree. You know, the things wiggling around.
Let me move on. I've got another question from James Carver, and then
Sorry.
I'm sorry, we're running out of time.
No. I went on too long.
Okay, thanks very much. Thanks very much, all speakers. I'm really interested on the topic of resilience. I was trying to kind of connect the dots between Megan's chart of average interest rates in the future space and resilience of the kind of measures that governments are undertaking. So what we've seen clearly is, fiscal stimulus from the monetary side and the financial stimulus. And what we're seeing is asset prices doing very well, real economy doing okay, but not nearly as well as asset prices. And just how that all circles together into the idea of resilience. And I don't know if Igor or Megan have any particular comments on that in terms of, yes, they've done it. Yes, it's short-term, boosted the economy, prevented deaths, stabilized the economy. But what are the implications in 5 years' time for these measures? And how resilient will the economy be to any sort of shock in 5 years' time?
Yeah, it's a very good question. We had this meeting 10 years after Lehman Brothers, and I think one of economists measured the difference that happens in a percentage point. And whatever, I don't remember exactly what it measured, but it was literally less than 1% change. So basically after Lehman Brothers, nothing get changed in the way economists and financial markets perform their business. So I think one of the reasons for that is that resilience by intervention is short-lived, right? If you intervene, you're not necessarily incentivized to make the change in your system, especially if it's kind of semi-successful and or consider it to be successful and you don't really know how to measure it. That's why I really feel that we need to rethink about metrics and models that we have for looking at economics as a complex system. And we need to especially measure changes that result in more resilience by design, how the systems are designed, how supply chain are designed globally, how can we deal with future crises, can we do stress testing in a way that it's not just focused on the risk side as we do in financial, but rather in ability to recover and speed of recovery. So I think this is my thinking, and I'm glad that NAEC is really framing the question in exactly the same way. So maybe William can add to that, but it's very good and important question.
William Hines. I could only say that when your crisis management lingers on for 10 years in the form of ultra-easy monetary policy, you should expect that something might go wrong. Anyway, William Hines, did you want to say anything? I'm sorry.
Well, just to say that I think the way we think of design features in a market economy is that we think very narrowly in terms of the absorption from shocks. So we assume a market will reallocate and reorganize resources in response to a shock. But we don't really talk about design features for recoverability and for adaptability. So I think there's a lot more that can be done there. And I think also we've heard a lot about efficient markets and the fact that they might not have resilient features. But I think, again, we need to think about this trade-off between efficiency and resilience in new ways. And then finally, Paul Krugman will actually take on this issue centrally on Wednesday, because he's also very concerned that emergency measures now will lead to post-COVID stagnation. So we'll continue this discussion.
Yes, thank you, William. Angus, the last question or the last intervention.
Thank you, Bill. It is a question, and I first of all just want to endorse a couple of the points that William just made there about, there's more policies than just stimulus. So I want to raise for Josh and Megan in particular the concept of equilibrium. So Josh, in your models, do we actually settle down to an equilibrium, or does the sort of steady state fluctuate while you balance the vaccine and fear and infection rates? So what sort of solution concept do you have in mind in these models? And to Megan, the notion of multiple equilibrium is really comfortable because it's at least one of two words we're familiar with. But since we don't know where the multiple equilibria is, does it really get us any further forward? I mean, are we just bound to crash through the barrier because nobody knows where that multiple equilibria is? We're just guessing it. So we're bound to crash through it, and then we'll say, oh, we should have known, we've gone past it. I'm not quite sure I see how that really helps us.
Briefly, can I have a response from Josh and from Megan, and then I think we're going to have to close.
A deep and complicated question. Of course, you'd like to have one equilibrium, and that is the zero equilibrium. And the whole issue is whether the parameters have allow the thing to take off. This is the whole idea of the R0 number. And if it's greater than 1, then 0 is an unstable equilibrium. At the other end, you'd like the long-term equilibrium to be zero disease. But, with mutation, with behavior, we get perpetual cycles in some cases. So I don't think you can say that there's always one equilibrium or even an equilibrium in the long term.
Megan?
Yeah, so I'm sympathetic to your concern, Angus, that we don't know how to measure where these different multiple equilibria are. And of course, they're constantly changing as social actors in an economy are changing their own decision-making and strategies based on the environment around them. So it's a constant moving target. And so we are inevitably going to over and undershoot these multiple equilibria. But I'm not sure that that makes it unhelpful as a way to view sort of policymaking or economic management. I just think it means there's a lot of uncertainty still.
Listen, may I thank all the panelists in particular and others as well, of course, but particularly the panelists. I personally found this absolutely fascinating. And I hope this kind of work under the aegis of the various sponsoring groups here will continue, because I think it's actually very, very helpful. So I throw that back to whom? Matthias?
Yes, thank you, Bill, for excellent moderation. And we'll take a break now for about 10 minutes. The next session starts at 11:15. I think we will stop. Yeah, we did stop the recording. If people want to remain on the call and chat freely, this is not going to go on the website, and we'll start again in 10 minutes. I will personally go get a coffee.
Professor Epstein.
Yes, sir.
I had one question. I mean, I think it's
only one. I mean, there are so many.
I actually have got about half a dozen. But I mean, bringing behavior into it. I'm reminded of this wonderful line of Feinstein, the physicist, who apparently said, "Just think how hard physics would be if the molecules had feelings."
Yeah,
that's basically what you're getting at, and I think it's absolutely fascinating. But even without the behavioral changes, I mean, if you have a lockdown and you're not at herd equilibrium,
right,
and you take the lockdown off, of course it's going to come back.
Right.
And the thing that I find is you're going to have waves. And what I find incredible is that in some governments, they seem not to have grasped that sort of fundamental principle that if you
we've had a leader in the United States who couldn't have been more counterproductive on that account, And I think again, there's competing concerns, right? There's one fear is fear of economic stagnation, and the other is fear of COVID. And in some political orbits, they don't give a damn about the incidence of disease. They care only about the economic closure. But what's crazy and self-defeating, of course, is that they perpetuated the closure. I mean, in my own personal view, Trump would be president today if he just said, I don't know from this, do what Fauci says. The thing would have ended earlier. The economy would have recovered more quickly, and and he'd be president. But this is the crazy part. So I agree with you. They don't see the connection. There's a huge amount of obtuseness. There's a massive amount of ignorance at all levels. And, it's a bitch's brew of bad stuff. The one thing I did have a question for, first of all, Angus, thank you for your great, as always, trenchant and interesting question and observations. I was just writing you a return chat. I wonder if there would be possible to have a discussion of what constitutes resilience. I mean, it's a term we're sort of using. And I mean, a lot of work, my friend Robert Axtell has done very fundamental work on these power law distributions of firms in the US economy. And the fact of the matter is, you've got this stationary distribution of firm sizes, but the constituents are vanishing all the time. There's massive turnover in the constituents, even though the scaling law of firm sizes is invariant. And it's similar in ecosystems. Ecosystems crash and they reconstruct themselves to produce the same species area relation that we see, but the constituents are completely different. So when we say resilience, does it mean recovery of functionality with different constituents, or does it mean that the constituents all survive and recover? And it can't be the latter. So what are we talking about when we say the system is resilient? I think it'd be fun to jam on that.
Yeah, this is Igor. For us, we define resilience as ability to recover critical function, right? So whatever critical functions you define, the system must recover them to ensure survival. So this is why resilience is really...
I'm sorry, so just thinking like an economist for a minute. So that means that's a constraint, all right? And you're trying to optimize, the system is somehow optimizing something subject to that constraint. But there are a million solutions, right? I mean, there may be a million ways to recover functionality in terms of the actual structure of the operations and constituents and the rest of it, right?
And this is why resilience is always connected for me with subjective side of that, right? It's not fully objective. It's not kind of differential equation that you can optimize, because you're absolutely right. And if I am affected by hurricane and I need to survive in my building, I can go to the roof, or I can have a pump. It can be all kinds of different resilience measures. So similar with economy, there are no single paths for resilience, but for me, if you have multiple ways that system can recover functionality to the level that is sufficient for society.
Right, but you might want to rank those in terms of how costly they are, how sustainable
Absolutely.
They are, how resilient they are, how vulnerable to recollapse, a million other things. So I mean, I think I don't disagree with you, and I think it's very interesting work. Just it seems to me there's many solutions, many ways to recover functionality. Some of them might be expensive, some of them might be cheap. And I'm just curious whether you've looked at the many solutions.
Josh, you used the word sustainability at one point.
Yeah.
I guess that raises a broader question, I think, that I've raised with you before, Igor. What is the relationship between sustainability and resilience in terms of the policies that you're recommending? Because to me, sustainability has to do with ensuring that the system itself is not endogenously unstable, whereas resilience has more to do with exogenous shocks to which the system can, how can I say, it can recover. What's the link between sustainability and resilience?
Yeah, we have a couple of papers on that. What you said is partially correct. Basically, sustainability is usually long-term, and it's focused on making system perform in a way that you don't need to have external investment to keep it there, right? While resilience, again, by design, by intervention, you may connect better with external way of pushing it back to critical functionality that is acceptable. Then, of course, resilience, to be sustainable, you often need to be resilient, but to be resilient, you not necessarily need to be sustainable, not in all system, right? You know, if I have, you know, military objectives, you know, I don't care about sustainability. I just need to be able to complete my mission at all costs. So there is kind of very, depending on the critical function, you know, the connections may be different.
Okay. It is a very important issue in terms of public policy, because the thing that has struck me, you know, this old line, if you don't know where you're going, you're going to wind up someplace else. I find it disconcerting that at the G20, you know, they seem to be vacillating about what it is that we're trying to achieve. So sometimes they talk about sustainable growth, sometimes it's resilient growth, sometimes it's inclusive growth, but these different combinations must imply, I mean, going back to Josh's point, must imply different kinds of policy responses, or at least a different ranking of the responses. So this
absolutely
is important stuff.
Absolutely. In my slide, I quoted a paper that we wrote based on actually our discussions and others. We look at linguistic foundations of all this concept related to system affected by threats, and then how it's used in the field and how it's modeled mathematically, and they all are different. You're absolutely right. You know, you cannot be sustainable, resilient, robust, resourceful, and all those at the same time. It's all different twists and different trade-offs.
So let me jump in. We're about to start the next session. Welcome to the speakers that have joined us for the next session, and we'll just give another minute, and then Fields will start recording, and we will start. It was great to watch the chat as you're going on in the break. It's great to have this sort of informal interactions as well. Okay, so welcome back, and we'll resume the symposium on systemic recovery. Moving on to our second session, exit strategies. The moderator in discussing for the second session is Sharon Kositsky. She is the advisor to the governor of the Bank of Canada and also acts as secretary to the governing council at the Bank of Canada. So Sharon, take it away.
Thank you very much. So first, let me compliment the organizers on an incredibly interesting symposium that's addressing very important topics. And I'd actually like to start off by highlighting two aspects of the overall event that I really appreciate. The first is a more multidisciplinary approach, and the second is the importance of micro for macro. You can tell I'm an economist by my choice of words there. So on the first, economics has actually traditionally been one of the fields most resistant to interdisciplinary research. So it's unfortunate that it has taken a global tragedy such as the pandemic we're in right now to provide a spark to interdisciplinary work, but I'm really hopeful that we're entering a new phase of openness and expectations of ongoing cross-field collaboration. On the second, micro-level behavior is increasingly being appreciated as important for macro. When we take account of how individual behavior may adapt to situations and agent interactions as well, we could come up with very different answers regarding policy design. So now let's move on to the theme of the second panel, exit strategies. So in the next several months, as vaccines roll out and the number of new cases and deaths consequently decrease, many countries will begin implementing measures for safe reopening of their economies. So the panel now will discuss the short-term implications of resumption and economic activities and the expected phase out of government policies put in place during the pandemic, including the effects of defaults and bankruptcies on global financial stability. And again, you saw this chart earlier in another presentation, but defaults, bankruptcies, proposals, all of these have remained quite low in the pandemic. And so it's going to be very difficult to unwind how much of that is because of fundamental stability in the institutions themselves, or how much is related to the government policies and then therefore risk going forward. So let me introduce the three panelists. First, Rick Buchstaber, I'm sorry, I may be mispronouncing your name, is the Chief Risk Officer in the Office of the CIO for the regions of the University of California. He's a noted expert in financial risk management and received a PhD from MIT. His career spanned chief risk officer roles on both the buy side and the sell side in financial markets. From 2009 to 2015, he served in the public sector at the SEC and the US Treasury with drafting of the Volcker Rule, building out the risk management structure of the Financial Stability Oversight Council, and developing an agent-based model to assess financial vulnerabilities. Jean-Philippe Bouchard is professor of economics at École Polytechnique as well. And as well, he founded the company Science and Finance in 1994 that merged with Capital Fund Management in 2000. That's important because he's now the president and head of research at CFM. Jean-Philippe obtained his PhD in physics and later became interested in economics and theoretical finance. His work in finance includes extreme risk models, agent-based simulations, market microstructure, and price formation. He's been very critical about the standard concepts and models used in economics and the financial industry, which makes the sorts of comments he's going to bring today dear to my heart. I've had some questions for our standard approaches for a long time. Margot Thomas is founder and CEO of Women's Economic Imperative. She has a doctoral degree in public policy and private sector development, and her areas of focus include trade and competitiveness, women's economic empowerment, business environment reform, regulatory reform, and investment policy. She's served as a senior official at the World Bank Group and provided policy advice to over 50 national and subnational governments. In April 2017, she successfully completed her appointment as the Chief of Secretariat for the United Nations Secretary General's high-level panel on women's economic empowerment. In her ongoing role as the founder and CEO of Women's Economic Imperative, she serves as a catalyst for initiatives at increasing opportunities for the economic empowerment of disadvantaged and underrepresented groups. So quite a diverse panel. And I think one of the interesting things about this panel is, as we've already talked about the macro and the financial and the epidemiological health, a lot of different dimensions to what we're going through right now. But another dimension has been the distributional impacts of this crisis. So I'm hoping that we'll hear a little bit about that from Dr. Thomas later on, because certainly in Canada, it's been the low income women who have, and low wage income and young people who have been disproportionately affected by the pandemic. So I think that's an important thing to keep in mind as we think of policies. So with that, let me turn it across to the first panelist, Rick Buchstaber from University of California.
So, Sharon, sorry, let me interrupt here. I'm terribly sorry, but I think we made a swap of the speakers from the two sessions, and you might have had an outdated version of the schedule, which is entirely my fault.
Okay.
But I should say it's almost exactly as you said, except that Rick Buchstaber is speaking tomorrow, and Doyne Farmer is actually speaking today. Doyne is the director of the Complexity Economics Group at the INED at University of Oxford. And again, my apologies for that.
Yeah, I'd love to be part of this great group, but yeah, I'll defer until tomorrow.
All right, well, my apologies for that as well. Is the order otherwise the same? I don't want to catch the speakers off.
Yeah, no, so, that is the order. So Doyne will go first. Thank you, and sorry again.
My apologies to Doyne Farmer for not giving you the introduction that you deserve. So let's kick it off now.
Okay, that's quite all right. I thank you for, I was getting a little nervous there when I hear my name mentioned, that I somehow screwed up and gotten it the wrong day. So I'm glad to know that I'm doing it right. Now, is everybody seeing my screen? Are you seeing other junk, or are you just seeing my talk?
Yes, we're seeing your talk only. Okay,
good, perfect. Okay, so today I'm going to talk about approaches to modeling a pandemic like this, to economic modeling of a pandemic. And I'm going to present a model that's really tailored to doing this kind of thing. And I think that I'm not quite getting my PDF presenter. It's not quite showing one page at a time as I would like. You guys see two pages at once right now, right?
Yeah, it's just overlapping. It's just scrolling, yeah.
Okay, so let me see. I'm going to do a quick hack here. And so it won't be quite perfect, but I think it'll be hopefully good enough. I don't know why the previewer was doing this a bit differently when I started earlier. Okay, so this is joint work with the people listed above. In particular, Tony Pickler was the first author on several of these papers. Marco Pangalo was the first author on one of them, Ria del Rio-Chinona. So it was a group effort. And this model that we built is really, we built a series of models that have all been tailored to model the pandemic, and that take into account key features of the pandemic. In particular, we have a combination of different things acting at once. First of all, there's supply shocks. So you have firms can't operate or workers can't work. that hit the economy from the supply side. You have demand shocks because people change their preferences and don't demand things that they used to demand a lot of, like travel or restaurants. You have some out of equilibrium dynamics because things happen really fast. And I'm going to argue that you can't track this as keeping the economy in equilibrium the whole time. There are a lot of supply chain coordination issues where there's substitutions going on. You have rapid timescale inventory dynamics. And then there's a trade-off against all of that from a policymaker's point of view with epidemic spreading. So all these features are going, and I'm going to introduce a dynamic IO model of inventories, out of equilibrium behavior, a new production function, and sector, and I'll later show another model with even regional fidelity. So this is really a report on several distinct projects. You see the papers and the co-authors there. First paper was on predicting shocks from first principles. That is, we predicted the shocks. We didn't use a model to observe what they were. We then applied those predicted shocks. We fed them into a dynamic input-output model. That led us to sort of re-examine the whole business of doing this kind of model and discover some flaws with existing models and propose an alternative. And also, in the first model that we made, we really did make policy recommendations to the UK government. We then went back beginning of this year and revisited that model to figure out why it worked so well. And I'm going to then end with a teaser, sort of talking about work in progress, where we're doing something in a much more detailed way. And just so I'm to make sure, I'm assuming I have 20 minutes. Was that correct, Sharon?
Yes, I would aim for 15 to 20 minutes.
All right. Okay. I'll do my best here. Okay. So now, how did we do all this? So first of all, in the first paper that I mentioned, we began by constructing a remote labor index. And here we really profited from work the BLS has done. The Bureau of Labor Statistics in the US has assembled detailed information about occupations at a fine grained level. So they have data sets, or they have classifications with up to 700 different occupations in them, 700 or so, 770, I think. But detailing lots of characteristics about what people in those occupations do, which meant we could go through and look at those characteristics and make a prediction about whether the people in that occupation would be able to work from home or not. And there's also maps from those occupations and industries. So we can say if these people are not essential and they can't work from home, then this industry is going to shut down to some extent, and we are going to feel a shock on the supply side. Then we also looked at demand shocks, which we adapted from a 2006 report from the Congressional Budget Office that discussed a hypothetical pandemic. And they tried to guess at which industries, how that would affect demand. And, you know, they missed on a few things, but they got most of it right. Transport, for example, is essential, so be open for business. But on the other hand, people aren't going to get on the bus if they're worried they're going to get affected. So you're going to see a big hit to that. Manufacturing, in some cases, the workers won't be able to go to work if they're too much in exposure with each other. And then things like restaurants where the workers can't go to work. So you have a supply side shock, but you have a demand side shock because customers don't want to go to restaurants anyway during a pandemic when they could get sick. So this allowed us to make predictions about what I'll call the first order shocks. That is, what are the shocks? And this is, by the way, one of my beefs about most economic models is that they imagine that the economy is just responding to outside shocks. The financial crisis, the great financial crisis, wasn't a response to outside shocks. It was an endogenous event. So business cycles, in my view, are largely endogenous events. In contrast, this is the rare case where the standard view is pretty accurate because the pandemic really was an outside event. It really was an exogenous shock. And so here you see a map of the demand shocks and the supply shocks. The size of the circles shows how the size of the industries that are getting hit by those shocks. And the position here, you'll notice 0 is in the upper right corner. So there are a few industries that don't get any shock at all. But there's a very industry-specific shock that hit the economy as a result of this, having to do with whether people could go on producing without having to go in the workplace, or whether they could do their job without infecting others, versus, or whether how consumers would respond to demand. So on one hand, over here on the left, you see industries like entertainment, restaurants, and hotels that were hit heavily by demand shocks, but also had supply shocks. And you see other industries over here where the shocks are not quite as bad, or let's say transport, where there's a very big demand shock, even though there's no supply shock, because it's an essential industry. One of the industries we got a little bit wrong from this report was health. You might have assumed that the pandemic would have been a boost to the health industry. That is, workers would work overtime as a result of the pandemic. But actually, because of the postponement of routine procedures, the demand for health services actually went down. But anyway, this was our prediction of what the shocks would be. We then fed this into a model that could deal with supply chain disruptions. So it allowed for upstream effects. So say take agriculture, which is essential, but farmers suffered reduced demand due to restaurant closures. In some, particularly if you were doing a specialty kind of agriculture at the high end. You had supply chain disruptions downstream because workers, say in mining, can't work. So manufacturing workers may face input restrictions if they can't get the materials needed to make the good that they're manufacturing. And then you have workers losing their jobs or their income because they're reducing their demand. And at the level this time scale, it turns out inventory actually matters. So how much inventory an industry has and how it responds to dealing with that inventory makes a big difference. Now, finally, I list something we call input criticality, and I'll explain what that is in a minute, but basically some inputs are a lot more important than others. So in our supply and demand modules, we had a consumer module, so that consumer demand depended on preference, income, and expectations. We assumed starting inventories that we got from the database, and that industries work to maintain their inventories, but they may not be able to keep up. And we calibrated, because this was a model for the United Kingdom, although actually we originally started building a model for the US, but then we decided, hey, we live in the UK, we should do it here. And there were certain advantages of that. So particularly because the UK government was about to make an important decision. And so we calibrated against Office of National Statistics inventory data. On the supply side, we assumed that productive capacity is proportional to labor input. We could study input bottlenecks by using a modified Leontief production function that acted only on critical inputs. And we assumed, that we had, when there was unsatisfied demand, that firms would ration proportionally. Now, one of the things we showed in a side paper that I'll just mention for a moment, one of the things we realized, and one of the things that drove us to do things this way, is that we realized that the standard approach to doing this, there's an approach called mean, which allows you to deal in principle with simultaneous supply and demand shocks. But when you actually run that, when we actually ran it, we saw that it didn't work, that we looked carefully and we saw that many of the allocations were actually unfeasible. The way these models work is they classify industries as to supply constrained or demand constrained, and then separately solve standard Leontief type equations for the demand constrained ones and Gauss type equations for the supply constrained ones, and sort of paste the solutions together. But what we saw is we didn't get feasible allocations for COVID. And so we wrote a separate paper with Tony Pickler just showing how that happens. But let me come to this issue about critical inputs that in economic production. So what we realized is if you use a Leontief production function, you can have some things happen that are intuitively not reasonable. And just by the way, in case you want to stare at the figure while I say this, we have on this axis, on the x-axis, the industries in the economy at the level of resolution that we're using here. And we have On the y-axis, the inputs to those industries, that is other industries, and we're color coding things based on how essential they are. And because we reasoned that if you take the steel industry, you're not going to make steel without iron. You're not going to make steel without a coke, a source of carbon. You're not going to make steel without energy. But on the other hand, if you look carefully in the input table for the steel industry, restaurants sit in the input table of the steel industry. Why? Because steel factories have a canteen, or because they take important clients out to dinner. It's a small input, but it's there. So if the restaurant industry shuts down and you use a standard Leontief production function, you shut the whole industry down along with the restaurant industry. So, which is obviously silly. So, you see logistics consultants. They're probably important to optimize the behavior of the steel industry, but you can probably get by for 3 months without logistics consultants. So we had a connection to a company called IHS Market, a leading data provider, and they provide services where they have industry analysts who are experts on the characteristics of that industry and can advise their customers about whether supply chain disruptions to that industry will affect that industry. So we got IHS Market to poll their industry experts and ask them, what are the essential inputs? What are the inputs that might or might not be essential? And what are the ones that are clearly, and actually let's use the word critical, because we're going to use the word essential as a government designation. So we classified them as either critical, possibly important, or non-critical. And so you see that in the table here. The blue are the critical inputs. Red are the ones that might be important, but not necessarily. And the white ones are ones that are not important. So this allowed us, depending on how we interpreted the important industries, to actually have a model that really would react to the essential ones, or to the critical ones, but not to the others. Now, so we ran this model and we produced a policy recommendation. Actually, let me maybe first, we produced a policy recommendation that we sent to the UK government back in April before they'd actually made the decision. And we said, depending on which industries you shut down, you see in purple bars the effect on the economy as a whole. And you see in the other bars the effect on the epidemic. Now, I have to say, we made a do-it-yourself epidemiological model to do that. So that taught us a lot about epidemiological modeling. And I have to say, I realized there are a lot of flaws in those models. And particularly when you're suddenly faced with a new virus that has characteristics that are different from those you've seen in the past, because COVID is sort of between polio on one side and flu on the other. It's like both at once, because it's tiny particles that can be transmitted either through being suspended in the air or through being, having slobber land on your chin. And we did our best on that. And so take our epidemiological predictions with a grain of salt, but we said there's a sweet spot, which is this one here, the all except consumer facing industries, where you keep the other stuff open, but you still have a substantial economic output, almost as large as you do with everything open, not quite, but quite substantial. And you see that dash line there, you stay below R0 = 1. So in principle, the epidemic should damp out. That was the one they chose. And you see an example of the prediction here, sector by sector, compared with the aggregate dynamics across the period. And we published our forecasts and for the UK economy, and we forecast that GDP would be 21.5% lower in the fourth quarter of 2019. In contrast, after the fact, it went down by minus 22.1%. So we hit the target right in the middle of the bullseye with a genuine out of sample forecast. Now, and you can compare it. Bank of England said it would be 30%. The median forecast by other firms was 16. Of course, that's just one forecast for one quarter, so we could have gotten lucky. We actually have now written a new paper where we did the post-mortem, and we showed that, well, we did do a lot of things right, but there were a couple of cases in which we got lucky. In particular, we were lucky we didn't use the essential list of essential industries from the UK, which we couldn't get at the time. We used an Italian one, which was stricter, which was much closer to what actually happened than the much less rigid set of UK industries, because there was a lot of voluntary industry shutdown that list didn't do. But anyway, we were pretty happy with the model in the end. We also made sectoral predictions that you can see here. I'm keeping my eye on the time, so I'm going to rush a little bit to make sure I finish in a timely way. So we can see we have, you know, you can see each sector, and you can see if you compare how the model did to what the data did, we didn't do too badly. We did miss in a few sectors. Now, I'm going to end by just talking about some work in progress. We've now teamed up with a team of epidemiologists scattered around the world, and we are using a unique data set where we have cell phone data from a company called Cubic that's, you know, GDS or GD, whatever the European Union regulation is compliant, in that anonymity is protected, but it allows us to see for 600,000 volunteers in the New York area what they did every day. How did they move around as they're according to their cell phones? And you can see whether or not they went to work, because you can figure out before and after where their workplace was. You can see where they stopped going there. And we have individuals characterized by the census based on age, income, occupation, industry, and remote working ability. And we use various data sets from you know, the BLS, the VA, and other places. And we can then model the epidemiology through contact matrices. Well, our epidemiological colleagues did that part. And we modeled the economics using a model that effectively, I have to say it's kind of a hack, but you take the US input-output tables, which are probably the most detailed in the world, and you look region by region and see how the output of that region gets modified, assuming the input-output tables otherwise would remain the same. That is, you can look and see what kind of industrial production is going on in each region. You effectively assume an input-output table that's like the US input-output table, and you adapt it accordingly in a model where you've got the rest of the US versus the region. And so we get outputs like this. And you can see the validation there in panel A. You can see a comparison in panel B between the model and the data for people in different income brackets. And so you can see that we're predicting that indeed people in higher income brackets don't suffer as much in terms of loss of employment. They do have significantly less consumption, and we roughly match the data. You can see our prediction of employment versus what actually happened in a validation experiment. And you can see the level of regional detail here, if you're familiar with a map of New York City, that we're able to do these kind of things on as a result. And so we think this kind of model is a wave of the future. We hope in the future to have much more detailed economic data, because unfortunately, the kind of data that's available is such a blunt instrument that this kind of thing is hard to do. And so on that, I'll end. Thank you very much, everybody.
Thank you very much. Before we go to the next speaker, I'm just going to leave one question out there for you to think about. We'll do all of the Q&A and discussion after all three presentations. But one thing through this pandemic that's been notable is adaptability. In particular, the GDP impact of various containment measures seems to have been decreasing over time as firms and households have increasingly figured out how to continue conducting business as containment measures are imposed. So I'm just flagging that because I'm wondering how much of what's happening in a shutdown is going forward going to matter, whether there are shutdowns or containment measures, or whether there are new ways of doing business that could change the analysis you've just done by quite a bit. So thank you very much for your presentation. So the second presentation will be by Jean-Philippe Bouchard, and let me pass it across to you.
Thank you very much. Thank you for inviting me. So I'd like to talk about some recent work that we've done on an agent-based model, an attempt of an agent-based model for COVID times, and I'll try to frame this in a more general landscape. So what's surprising, I mean, not surprising, but what's amazing is to see the amount of scientific work in all disciplines following the COVID crisis, and in particular in economics as well, a deluge of models and papers where classical macro models or DSGE models are equipped with an SIR model, agent-based model, also equipped with an epidemic SIR module. There's also work on disaggregated data analysis, and we've just heard that from Dawn, allowing detailed input-output network models. But if my view on all this is, being a kind of practitioner of models for many years, is that under the hood, most models are lush with working assumptions, specifications, parameters, and it's a little bit like climate science. I mean, everybody comes up with his own pet model and tries to work with that. And I think what's, to me, is very important is to try to understand which conclusions are actually stable against changes of methodology, assumptions, calibration, initial conditions, and all these things that we know actually matter quite a bit when we run these simulations. So, while the true model is still remote, I think that actually confronting these diverse approaches is very interesting. It helps steer the debate towards what's relevant and what's not, what are plausible scenarios and what are not, and try to build convincing narratives as a kind of blend of all these possible models. So our own model that we developed already 10 years ago with Gualdi, Tati, and Zamponi in Paris is a very prototype agent-based model that I'm not going to describe in details for lack of time, but essentially it's a model where we have households, firms, a primitive banking sector, a central bank, but we don't have a stock market, we don't have a bond market, which of course might play an important role in what I'm going to say later. Firms are very simple. They have a linear production function with a parameter, which I call zeta here, which is highlighted in red, and which is going to play a role in my discussion, relating production with labor. So there's no capital, there's no input-output network, which we know, and I agree with Dawn, is super important to model at some stage. And these firms use plausible rules to adapt workforce, prices, wages to observed supply and demand imbalances. Firms pay interest rates on loans, but if their debt over sale ratio is above some threshold theta, then they go bankrupt. And households, they have a consumption budget, which is parameterized by a parameter C, which is multiplying saving plus income as a fraction to be consumed. So essentially, I've highlighted in red the three parameters that we're going to focus on and that play a role in my story here. So I'm not, again, going to go into details, but it's a fully stock flow consistent model. And it's also an out of equilibrium model where markets don't clear instantaneously, and there's a non-trivial amount of fluctuations going on, even around the steady state. So as I said, all these rules are reasonable, but somewhat ad hoc. And if you look into these DSGE models, in particular those that have been published recently around the COVID, there's all sorts of modeling assumptions as well in these so-called micro-funded models. And here I'm quoting a sentence from one of these recent papers, Mihailov in April 2020, who says, "We are of course aware that some of our central assumptions in the simulations are critical to our reported results. On the other hand, there is urgent need right now to provide some orientation and guidance to policymakers." And I think, an ABM modeler could not have said it better. So there's a commonality here. Having said that, in our model, we've spent a lot of work trying to see whether the macro phenomena that emerge from our simple micro rules are stable or not. And we've actually made a point that a lot of the things that we see emerging on the macro scale are qualitatively stable when we change, in fact, a lot of the micro assumptions. And I think that's a very important property of a model. So adapting this to the COVID crisis, which was of course very tempting, we choose parameters such that the economy is in a prosperous state before the crisis. So there's negligible unemployment, low annual inflation, and healthy debt to sales ratio, which in our case is theta over 3. So remember, theta is the threshold for bankruptcy. So we're very far from that bankruptcy on average. And then, so we don't try to include this SIR module that a lot of people have tried to include, because we think that it's actually very complicated to model the epidemic itself and the response policy to this epidemic. So we rather focused on a kind of shortcut, which is just describe what happens if there's a simultaneous supply and demand shock that is imposed by some lockdown during some period, capital T. And the supply and demand shock in our model are described by these two other parameters that I've talked about. The consumption propensity, if you want, delta C, is a drop of consumption due to lockdown. And there's a drop of production due to the fact that some of the people can't go to work and so on. So this is all encapsulated in this productivity parameter, zeta. And so then we can run the model and see what happens on output, unemployment, and so on. And so what you see in the bottom graph is actually that the model, although very simple, is able to generate a lot of shapes for recovery. We have a V shape for mild shocks and no policy, no government policy. If the shock is actually mild, this is the green curve. But you can also see what happens if there is a stronger shock and no policy, that instead of being V-shaped, we find something L-shaped where the economy permanently drops into a kind of dysfunctional state, another equilibrium in a sense. And this is not due to death. This is not a drop of GDP due to the fact that people have actually died, which happens in some of the models I've quoted, but it's actually because the economy has gone through a tipping point where it's not, it cannot reach its good steady state, if you want. And I think that's one of the very interesting aspects of these agent-based models, is that by including all sorts of feedback mechanisms and interactions, the economy may be in a good state or maybe in a bad state. And here what I've shown on the left part of the graph is a kind of phase diagram that we get in our model, which is what happens depending on the severity of the lockdown in terms of delta C on the x-axis and delta productivity on the y-axis. And so you see that there's a whole region where for a given lockdown period, lockdown time, the recovery is V-shaped. And then there's this kind of tipping point or dark corner, as Olivier Blanchard would call them, where the economy gets trapped into a dynamic, dysfunctional steady state, and where the recovery is L-shaped. This is in the absence of any policy, by the way, which I'm going to discuss soon. And as I've said, I think that this kind of conclusion, what's important to know is whether they're stable against all kind of assumptions, modifications. And what's interesting is that there's another AVM model that's been recently investigated in this paper, where such tipping points also have been observed. And this is to be contrasted with what happens in simple SG models, where there's actually a unique steady state, and where the recoveries are always V-shaped in a sense, because the model can only generate these single steady state phenomena, except if, of course, you take into account, for example, the fact that people die or that there are permanent changes in the disutility of labor or things like this. But the baseline models, and I've shown here two graphs coming from two DSG models, independently of the severity of the shock, they tend to revert back to equilibrium. So now it's tempting to do some kind of recovery experiments. So we've considered two simple policy channels. One is to extend credit, in a sense, in the model for firms, which means that they're entitled to get indebted indefinitely if they want. So that's theta going to infinity. And we also looked into something that we call helicopter money, which is just handing checks to households. So of course, there's a lot of questions within the model that you can ask: how to time these policies, how long should they last, what's the amplitude, and so on. And so, for example, we considered two cases: one which we called the naive policy, which is to allow credit extension just during the lockdown, and then as soon as the lockdown is removed, to set back the credit tightening. If you want, it's a kind of fast credit tightening policy. And another option is to have a slower credit tightening, where the government takes into account the actual financial fragility of firms in order to calibrate its easiness to get credit. You could also, of course, change the amount of money handed to households in helicopter money and so on. So a few graphs to show what comes out of these simple experiments. So what we find essentially is, if you look at the top the top row here, so it's GDP as a function of time. The gray region is the lockdown period. And so you see that we're in a region where without policy, we would get an L shape, that is a permanent loss of output. If you go back to this phase diagram, we're actually on the star, on the red star here. And in this case, the lockdown lasts for 3 months. And what we find is that the naive policy, where we let firms getting indebted during the lockdown, but then as soon as the lockdown is removed, we go back to the previous state of the world, is actually enough to save the economy, if you want. There's a V-shaped, and GDP goes back to normal. Note, however, that there's an inflation that goes from 1.1% to 1%, essentially 1.3% to 3% after the crisis. But for longer lockdowns, we find that the naive policy doesn't work, actually. Even with helicopter money, there's a huge peak of unemployment. And only this adaptive policy, where the credit tightening is extremely slow, allows the economy to get back on keel in an adequate way. But something that should be noted in the model is that this period where there's government support, in a sense, is actually pretty long, on the order of 6 years. And there's also this burst of inflation that lasts quite a while after the crisis. So the conclusions is that clearly, because there's this tipping point, if we knew where it was, and of course this was raised in the previous conversation, and we could discuss about that, how to try to have observables that measure how far or how close we are from these dark corners. But clearly, knowing that these dark corners exist, I think that it's important to try to do whatever it takes not to get there. We find that recovery times can be very long, with possible echoes. So we have also scenarios where the recovery is W-shaped. And clearly, when the lockdown is long and severe, policy intervention must be strong and long-lived, followed by higher inflation. But of course, coming back to my initial comments, how much of these results can be trusted? And what I find interesting about this is, I think at this point, one should take different models and try to see which mechanisms you have, which mechanisms do I have, which is most plausible. What would it take to include my mechanisms in your model, and so on. So I think it's an interesting way to discipline the debate about things that matter. We've also put the model online, so you can experiment with the code yourself. This is the address of the code. And clearly, as has been mentioned, I think one of the main problem with the COVID crisis is inequalities, and that's among the missing items that we try to include in the model. So just to conclude, I'm trying to advocate here a kind of scenario-based approach to complexity, having illustrated in this simple example that agent-based models with all their detailed description of what goes on at the micro level are able to reveal the existence of black swans, that is, discontinuity lines beyond which runaway instabilities appear. And most classical economic and finance models are kind of blind to such scenarios. And I think these catastrophic scenarios should be the focus point of discussion. And if deemed plausible, they should be avoided, whatever it takes, but that's pretty obvious. So a qualitative scenario-based approach is often the best one can do when dealing with complex systems because of the sensitivity of all the results on the value of parameters and so on. And so I think that, maybe a more modest approach, but still very useful, is to aim for these scenario based models in order to build faithful and helpful narratives. Having said that, we might soon be able to go beyond that and have enough data or an understanding of what's going on in the economy and computer power to target the quote unquote true model. And I think what Dawn has shown us just before me is that this might be possible even sooner than what we think. So that's my conclusion.
Thank you very much. One of the things that I found particularly interesting, and this is again something that applies to a lot of the analysis being presented at this symposium, is the fact that we need to be able to consider out of equilibrium behavior. I mean, we're in a world where we're evaluating trade-offs, and to really fully assess those trade-offs, we can't have things just going back to normal without any policy intervention. We need to actually think of the potential for not going back to normal and what it will take to get us there. But I'll leave this for now and we'll move on to the next speaker. The third speaker.
Sorry, Sharon, me again. It seems that this session is being tested by external shocks. The next speaker actually had an emergency that she had to attend to, so she's not going to be able to present. But in the lessons we learned from resilience, we have to absorb and adapt to the shock. And I think this is going to be very easy. We just make a slightly longer discussion. So you're free to move to the discussion period now.
All right, so let me I don't think I saw any hands yet, so maybe I'll just start off going back to that first question that I had opened up, which was, again, adaptability has been very important through this episode, and it seems that both households and firms are learning how to continue to conduct business through containment measures of various kinds. And so that means that when we're looking back in the latest data, for instance, in Canada, and we see better outcomes, is it because we've learned how to do containment measures so that they're less invasive into the economy, but still trying to protect health? Or is it that we're seeing changes in the way of doing business, which are productivity improvements that could have more lasting impacts? And so I was just wondering if the model that was first presented could give us any insights on that. And if not, how could the model account for things like productivity improvements in looking forward?
Yeah, so that's a very good question. I think the answer is that the devil's in the details of this kind of thing. And it's, of course, always hard to track adaptation as it's going along, or to understand what those adaptations are going to be a priori. I spent a lot of the lockdown in Brooklyn, and you saw amazing creativity in the way restaurants would put little, casitas outside of their place, and try and encourage customers to come in with heat lamps, and you also hear stories of companies adapting in the way they do things so that people can remain safe while producing, and schools with partitions between the students to keep them safe. So that stuff is all very hard to anticipate because you're looking back to past examples, and there's so many details in each of those adaptations that tracking them is pretty hard to do. it's a big challenge. Let me also just put that in with another meta comment that relates to that. I think the key thing that we did was to actually get the mechanics of these things fairly right. That is, really model the flows through the economy in some detail, deal with stuff like inventories, deal with the mechanisms of production. And by the way, when we asked our IHS market people, we said, what inputs can you do without for 2 months? So we imagined back in the good old days, a fairly short period where the pandemic would be around, we'd be rid of it. This is back at the beginning, when many of us imagined in 3 months it might be blown through. And, you know, beyond that, of course, people adapt. Those non-critical inputs start to be more important, but there's adaptation going on, and I think it becomes much harder to deal with the modeling questions than what we did. And one other comment, I think the weak spot of our model were things like the consumption model, because, you know, that really requires getting inside of people's heads. It's not mechanical. And getting inside of their heads, I think you really need to go to behavioral things. And I'm much more in favor of behavioral rules and ecological rationality than standard, you know, assuming people can solve dynamic programming problems and somehow back out their optimal behavior. So I think there is latitude to do that, but that is the harder part, because it's much harder to pin down those parameters than it is the more mechanical parameters. But if you don't get the mechanical parameters right, you're dead in the water. So you might as well get that stuff right early, because that's doable.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Yeah. Thank you. And I notice we now have some hands raised. So I'll start off with Alan Kerman.
Yeah. Thanks very much, Ron. Yeah, one thing that strikes me about this whole conversation, and something that you actually raised, is still equilibrium keeps coming back into the field. You know, and even people who say, well, yes, of course, we don't believe in that equilibrium stuff anymore, but then they say, well, there are multiple equilibrium, and which one are we in, and so forth. But why are we so attached to our notion of equilibrium? And if we think of this system, as so many people have said, adapting, changing all the time, why should we think of equilibrium as our basic notion? Why should we think of things as sort of deviations from equilibrium, and how long we're out of equilibrium? And it reminds me of what somebody was just saying about behavioral things. People are always talking about biases, and biases is from some standard notion of rationality. But you know, maybe those are not the right notions that we should be basing our analysis on. And I think one of the contributions over a long period in economics has been to think of people as having habits, of people as being instinctive, slow and fast thinking, and all that. So why should we sort of be so tied to these benchmarks and say those are our benchmarks we want to work from? Why should we want to work from equilibrium? Why should we not think of the system as sailing through space and changing all the time? And so we can't actually talk about equilibrium in the standard sense. So I think that applies to almost all of the presentations we've had. So somehow equilibrium keeps coming back in, but should we be talking about it?
Yeah, I think that gets into a really deep question. I'll pass it off in a minute, which is, you know, the models that we're writing down, are they trying to capture the exact behavior, or are they a little bit as if? And I'll just give one example on that. You know, just working from a simple maximize utility model of an agent over a given lifespan, you can have somebody being very forward-looking, solving out what their optimal behavior is to try and get smooth consumption over their lifespan. Or you can actually assume they follow a certain blank percent rule, that a certain percent of their income always gets saved. And you can end up matching pretty closely the trajectories of consumption through a whole lifespan, including through retirement, under either a simple K% rule or under this true optimal behavior. And so then that gets complicated, because we know that equilibrium can be very useful in a modeling environment. And so are we taking the assumptions to literally that this is how people behave, or is it this is a good approximation for how people behave and it makes our modeling easier? those two differences may have important consequences. But let me take a step back now and open it up to either Professor Farmer or Professor Bouchard, if they have some comments on this.
Yeah, can I start, Donna, or do you have something? Okay, so yeah, Alan, we're pretty agnostic. In the model I presented, there's no assumption about equilibrium. I mean, we just, put rules together, run the thing and see what happens. And it can be that the system settles down around one given equilibrium with fluctuations. It can also be that it continues hopping back and forth between different equilibria, or it can just carry on sailing through, as you said, without settling to anything. But that's what the simulation, what's the output of the model, not the input of the model. And as you know, I mean, you can build models like that are inspired from physics sometimes, where the equilibrium doesn't make sense at all. You just non-ergodic forever, and the system just does what it needs to do. So in my frame of view, at least, there's no assumption that we're not wedded to an equilibrium concept. It just happens that in the simple scenario that I've presented, the system has two equilibria, and it can hop between the two depending on the shocks and depending on other parameters.
Maybe if I can add, let me first of all echo what Jean-Philippe just said. Our model also, we put in behavioral rules, and the model runs. And yes, indeed, this model, if you leave it alone for long enough, it will settle into an equilibrium. That just happens to be what happens. But equilibrium is not built into it in any way whatsoever. I guess, our goal was to just put in things as realistically as we could within the constraints of the data that we had to build the model off. I mean, I think of this, and by the way, there's no utility function in this model. So we're not making as if kind of arguments. We're making what I like to think of as is arguments, following a principle that I like to call verisimilitude. You want a model to follow Einstein that's as simple as possible, but no simpler. But you want to match reality as faithfully as you can, both in spirit, so that you don't have to make as if assumptions. And on the other thing that Alan brought up, one of the things that Gerge Gorenzer and colleagues have shown is that there's a complete alternative approach to utility functions, which is just assume behavioral rules, heuristics, a formalism he calls ecological rationality. And one of the interesting things that happens is that you find in many situations, particularly where there's forms of uncertainty, uncertainty as opposed to risk. That is where you don't know the probabilities of future outcomes. You might even know what they are. That heuristics can often beat rationality. And one of the best examples is actually portfolio formation, where equal weighted portfolios almost always beat Markowitz style portfolios, even with fancy Bayesian assumptions and shrinkage. And when you go out of sample and actually predict stuff, you usually do better with an equal weighted portfolio, which Markowitz himself used when he made investments. So it really is a different approach where you put in the behavioral rules and then you let the system dynamics run, and then you see whether or not you find equilibrium or whether or not the agents end up optimizing. Those behavioral rules can be, successful sometimes in achieving goals, but they may or may not be. So.
Thank you. Let's move on to Angus Armstrong.
Thank you very much indeed. I have a question for Jean-Philippe. JP, in the DSG model, then ideally, once these households and firms are faced with a shock, they should all decide to smooth their hiring or their labor market, their labor size in their firms and their consumption over periods of time. So they should all smooth nice and optimally. And to the extent they have to do this, they should go and borrow so they've got enough finance to see themselves through this period where they don't have any sales and everything works smoothly. You seem to be saying that in the ABM model, the additional assumption you have is that they can go bankrupt when you go into this dark corner. But then if they go bankrupt in that
firms can go bankrupt, not individuals.
Yeah, beg your pardon. Firms go bankrupt in the dark corner. But then if we assume that they can go bankrupt in that dark corner, doesn't that bring in a false or an assumption that couldn't be in the DSG model, or it makes the DSG model, it's hard to run the same experiment with the DSG model. It's just two very different models.
No, I totally agree. But this is exactly what I was trying to say, is that by confronting these models, you can share notes and say, hey, I have this mechanism, which, by the way, the dark corner is not an individual thing. It's not because individual firms can go bankrupt that you get these global tipping over to a dysfunctional state. It's really a collective effect. It's not a superposition of individual effects. And so what I find interesting is that by including in the agent-based model, which is of course much easier to do than in DSG models, the fact that firms go bankrupt, which after all is something real, and other firms can then move back in the economy, of course, as they do. But you can observe that because of that item, the system may have this tipping point over to a dysfunctional state. And so I think that what's interesting is to say, hey, where is this in your DSG model? And you think it's reasonable to leave that out, knowing that in my model, this can lead to a very important effect. Right. So I think that's what I'm advocating for. I think it's a real interesting dialogue to share notes and to compare with, of course, the models are not the same and they don't perform the same tasks, but by trying to focus on what's important and possibly missing from one or another, I think we can make progress.
Right, thank you.
Thank you. Richard Buchstaber.
I have a question both for Dawn and for Jean-Philippe. You've both worked, as I have, with agent-based models related to financial markets, and then these models are more macro and economic oriented. And I'm really struck with the success that these models have had, where a lot of the ones in finance are extremely hard going. I've worked on models not to try to develop the markets themselves, but for understanding risk. And I'm wondering what your impression is as you've worked in these two areas, whether you've noted what I have, that it seems more difficult to develop these models in an informative way in the financial markets versus the macro and economic markets, or whether you see the two as being fairly similar.
Before you answer, I'm just going to add a little onto that question, which is the difference between the two the speed of reaction of the agents that are involved in the modeling? In other words, could it just be that things happen so much more quickly in financial markets that it's hard to see what is being captured in macro because the macro is more slow?
Okay, let me jump in because that's exactly what I was about to discuss, which I think that you can build different agent-based models depending on what you're aiming at. And if actually related to your comment, Sharon, the best models for financial markets I know are actually high frequency models. It's quite convincing the way you can build agent-based models to reproduce what's going on at high frequency in financial markets. And in particular, for example, impact. We've worked on agent-based models to understand the impact of transactions on price. And actually, we got a lot of inspiring results from agent-based models. So on the contrary, I would say that it's easier in a sense on that front. If you're looking for agent-based models to make actually predictions about, I don't know, the sign of the variation of FX or stock indices in the year to come, then I think it's horrendously difficult. Because all sorts of things might be important that you leave out. So I think in that sense, macroeconomic models is simpler because at least from the point of view I'm trying to advocate to generate scenarios, I think that it's a much more modest but accessible target. For risk control, I don't know. Am I feeling, although we haven't tried directly to do that, but have ideas on how to do that, I wouldn't be so pessimistic as you seem to be. So I would give it a stab.
So maybe as usual, I agree with everything Jean-Philippe said. But just to add, I think there's also scope for new kinds of models in finance. I've advocated an approach I've called market ecology for a long time. And I think we're inching towards the place where we could do that. It's critically dependent on having, as usual, the right kind of data. We really need to be able to access data with counterparty identifiers so that we know who traded with whom, so we know what kind of institution is acting, so we can simulate in a sensible way their behaviors. And I actually have a recent hypothetical paper called How Market Ecology Predicts Market Malfunction, if I can advertise that, where we really show in a stylized model, if you can actually track the wealth of the different investment styles through time, you can predict quite accurately when prices are going to be mispriced, when volatility is going to go up or down, because you can really capture the endogenous fluctuations in those kind of quantities. And I think there's real scope for regulators, who are really the only ones that we can imagine are ever going to have that kind of data in general, to capture that kind of data and do this kind of thing. And I think we could see an intersection between that on one side and what's already beginning to happen, which is systemic risk modeling and macro-prudential risk analysis, where instead of just doing a micro-prudential stress test, where you take a bank and you say, imagine you got hit by this shock, what does it do to your balance sheet? Studying that bank in isolation, we've showed in my colleagues, Alyssa Klenijan-Weiss and Tom Wetzer and others have shown that, you get large systemic effects, which can amplify shocks by factors of 2 or 5 or even 10, and really completely change how these things work, making microprudential stress tests unreliable. But to really bring these things to practice, you really need detailed balance sheet data about firms. You need to have a history so that you can look and see what they've done in the past. You need to be able to test the model in times where things are normal and show that it can make predictions that are sensible in normal times, so that it does something when it goes into crisis times, because crises are too rare and defaults are too rare in general to properly test and calibrate such models. But I think there's real scope for doing that now. And I think we know a lot about the binding constraints that act, and we can actually reverse engineer, using very plausible things, the generic mechanisms that different types of institutions use, and just simulate the behavior of the global financial system using these data sets. It's very feasible now. And so I would hope if regulators actually realize this and go after it, I think within 5 years we can be doing it.
Thank you. Let's move across to Bill White.
I'm just one
point. Sorry, go ahead.
Having worked in regulation, I worked in Treasury and SEC for 6 years, actually, of 2008. At least in the US, you'd be surprised the limits that the government actually has in terms of the type of data that you're mentioning, which I found surprising, but it may be a more difficult task to get that data than you would think.
Politically.
Yeah, and certainly we did have an episode in Canada where this was a statistical agency trying to get it was household balance sheet data from banks for a test point of view. Before it even started, there were complaints to the Privacy Commissioner. So it's certain data access brings up a lot of issues regarding sensitivity. Now we'll move across to Bill White.
Yeah, this is first of all an observation on this question about data. Maybe my memory is faulty, but I think the BIS has been collecting for the last number of years under the authority of the G20 almost trade by trade data for the big financial institutions. And of course, the stuff is kept enormously secure. But somebody might want to take a look at that. I think there has been a big data exercise undertaken already. But as I say, maybe my memory is not so good. I did want to ask 2 questions, though, of Jean-Philippe. You say that on the basis of your modeling, that to avoid catastrophic outcomes, policy in a bad case scenario, that the policymakers should do whatever it takes. But the thing is, well, I guess my question is, what is the policy that you're referring to? As I was listening to your presentation, it seemed to me to have mostly to do with credit, which makes me sort of think you're saying monetary policy should do whatever it takes. But of course, the big change in this last pandemic has been the shift from reliance totally on monetary policy to a huge reliance on fiscal policy. And I guess my question is, what can your modeling tell us about whether that shift has been a good thing or a bad thing? And second question, going back to your bankruptcy stuff, okay, about you hit a certain debt to sales limit, and then all of a sudden firms go bankrupt. But in this particular pandemic, what's interesting is that the governments have actually chosen to change that parameter so that firms no longer go insolvent.
Yes.
According
this is
to
precise
the criteria.
This was precisely my credit channel.
That they don't go bankrupt.
Yes, exactly. That they're able to get unlimited credit.
Okay, so
that's exactly the point of the exercise. I mean, all this is, as I've tried to emphasize, it's an exercise more than the statement. Yeah. But what I was trying to say is exactly that: is that one simple policy, which has been the case, and that's of course, why we chose that channel as illustrative purpose, is that you just remove this bankruptcy threshold, which of course, I mean, is an idealization. And one of the things that we've done in the past is to check that all the phenomena that we're talking about are not related to the fact that there is a well-defined threshold. I mean, you could have something that's much smoother, and it would lead, because again, this tipping point is a collective effect. It's not a single firm effect that's multiplied by the number of firms. So I think what's nice about these models, and again, I've shown a link to the open source, is that I think it has tremendous pedagogical aspects, these agent-based models. I think Josh Epstein is nodding his head, and he would agree. I think you learn a lot about your own prejudices by running these models. And so, you're welcome to use it and change whatever you want and see what, if you have another policy channel that you want to test, it's very easy to do, and see what happens. So what I was just referring to is,
I think that whole approach is, and the openness of it is absolutely terrific. The only point that I was making was that what you seem to be saying was that a policy of unlimited support of zombies was a good thing. And I guess that's where I'm having a bit of difficulty.
Well, as I've shown, that the best policy within our framework is to save everybody during the lockdown and then tighten slowly to get rid of the zombies if you want, but not to throw the baby with the bathwater, and do it slowly enough so that healthy firms can recover and not go out of business.
Yeah,
and that's I think very reasonable also. And I'm surprised that so many reasonable things come out of such a simple model.
Yeah, I think I'm going to pile into these questions a little bit as well. It has to do with what is really long run sustainable in terms of recovery, because there is this issue that, throw everything at it, do as much as you can now, everything to avoid catastrophe. But what if doing that raises the risk of even worse outcomes down the road? So it's all good for a 5-year window, but 10 years from now, suddenly we're in a worse situation with a worse crisis. Can we keep doing as much as we've done? Or do we hit limits of our policies where our policies have future implications? We all know one example of this where Greece could not keep, their fiscal situation the way they were. They ended up in a very bad situation. So that's one clear example. But I think we have the other example on the household side where you use monetary policy cycle after cycle and debt loads start increasing. At some point, who's going to be taking advantage of the lower interest rates? Because everybody's pretty well heavily loaded down on debt from decades and decades of interest rate policy to get us out of debt. In any case, the question itself is not as complicated as all my examples. The question itself is, can these models provide us insight into that time trade-off of now versus later? The repeatability of the policies should subsequent issues come up, and I'll throw that to both of the presenters.
Don't go ahead, so I can say that I agree with everything you say.
Well, I think first of all, it's a tough question because the longer the time horizon, the harder it is to predict things, the more things can change, and so on. And I also think that the kind of models we're talking about now need more features in them to get at those mechanisms. Issues like demography, over a 10-year time span, things like demography become important because, well, are interest rates going to stay low? How long are they going to stay low? What are housing prices going to do? You know, old people sell their houses, young people buy houses. And so if that shift changes, we could tip over from the, you know, global housing bubble we've more or less been in for a long time. All the major cities have had them, just about, to quite the opposite. But so we do need to put in things like that. We need to understand what it is that's really driving the low interest rates we have. That's still a very controversial and not understood point, and that's a little embarrassing almost. I mean, this is a major thing affecting the world that just seems to keep going on, and nobody really understands why it's there in the first place, and when it's going to flip back over. Because when it flips back over, things like housing bubbles are really going to collapse. And but so I think one needs a much more a model that has more features. I think one needs to build those in kind of incrementally and test them as you go along. But I don't think we're not ready to answer those questions yet.
Yeah, so I do agree with Don, and actually what we wanted to do was to at least include the bond market and include the possibility of runaway, you know, against government debts and things like that, which is something that is very, very easy to do within the model. But of course, this would entail other parameters that we don't really know how to estimate, and maybe reproduce things that you talk about on an intuitive level.
Josh Epstein?
Yeah, I wanted to second some of the points Jean-Philippe has raised. I agree with all of them, of course. And but I think when you say let's get together and compare these models and have a conversation and open a dialogue between them, I think there's a deep theoretical question you're impinging on, and that is, can we come up with an analog of structural stability for agent-based models? And to people who do mathematics, what that means is, do you get the same behavior even if you change the algebraic form? And the result, the analog in agent-based modeling would be, do you get the same qualitative output if you change the agent rules, if you change the micro specification? And this would address one of the critiques of agent modeling, that they're sort of ad hoc. If I change that a little, do I get the same thing? Let's find a way to systematically explore that by comparing our building blocks and the rest. And I've also begun an initiative called Inverse Generative Social Science, where we start with the target data. And we don't say what the agent-based model is at all. We just stipulate constituents of agents and permissible concatenations of the constituents, logical and mathematical ones, and try to evolve agent models that generate the data, and maybe families of agent models that do, so that you could say, you know, I don't know if my agent model is right, but I know that in this neighborhood of agent-based modeling, in this neighborhood of models, you get the same qualitative dynamics, the same, you know, if there is an equilibrium structure, you get that, and start talking about neighborhoods of agent models instead of, you know, specific ones. And I think what Jean-Philippe is proposing is a very important step in that direction, both theoretically and practically.
Thank you, Josh. Yeah, that's exactly what we try to do with our model before going into this COVID thing, is to test this stability, which of course, we could only do numerically,
yeah.
But it would be great to have a more fundamental approach to this problem that you raised. And actually, I have a PhD student who's going to work on that.
Wonderful, wonderful.
From now on. So
love to meet with them and help them, whatever you like.
Yeah, great. Maybe he's listening to us, actually.
Oh, well, I hope so.
I don't know.
I see Alan Kerman's hand is up.
I'm sorry to come back in again at this stage, but I really have this feeling that you know, people say about agent-based models when you talk to regular economists, if you like, they say, yeah, but you get into the wilderness of unbounded rationality, bounded rationality, and so forth. And it's no longer rigorous anymore, as if for some reason or other, all the assumptions that we stick into regular models, like the sort of utility functions people have, the sort of production functions and so forth, as if all of those were sort of natural. You know, that's what we should be basing ourselves around. And I think the great advantage of agent-based models is that you actually escape making those assumptions. And also about Doyne Farmer's ecological and behavioral approaches to these things. That's a long-standing tradition in economics. You know, you can go back to Austin Veblen, who just says people are just a combination of habits and customs. They're not, in fact, reasoning, doing sort of rational reasoning on, and that we are imposing this sort of consistency on their decisions, which they don't actually have. Even Pareto said, look, I think people spend some of their time taking non-rational decisions and the rest of their time rationalizing them. And I think that's a very good idea. You know, we sort of look at these things and say, why is this person deviating from rationality? Let's forget about that. Think about simple rules, as Josh said. You know, heuristics. You know, some of the heuristics are not right. Gigerenzer is always cited as the great heuristics man. On the other hand, his rule about how you catch a ball and when you can't solve the differential equation to know where the ball is going. And actually, that rule is not what people follow. And we actually looked at people catching balls in matches and observed that they did not follow the Gigerenzer heuristic. But nevertheless, people do have simple heuristics. And I think it's somehow we're always being accused of having these wild and woolly ideas. But in fact, I think we're just exploring the space of possible rules that people do behave by. So it's not there.
If I can add one footnote to that, not too rude. I mean, of course, I agree with that. The other thing is this argument that, you know, they have a unified theory and we have a sprawl of ad hoc rules. There, you know, that's sleight of hand and baloney too. I mean, yes, you say agents maximize utility, but there's a zoo of utility functions that economists use. Cobb-Douglas, constant relative risk aversion, hyperbolic discounting, non-hyperbolic. I mean, they have a huge variety of utility functions they can choose from and still maintain this pretense that they have a unified theory. So, you know, that's also just baloney. The other point is some of the agent models, we're not just pulling it out of our air. I mean, I think agent zero is a very provisional, crude model that I'm looking forward to improving or falsifying or whatever the hell it is. But you know, it isn't pulled out of thin air. It's pulled out of the theory of fear learning. And we know quite a bit about that. And it's rooted in a serious cognitive behavioral neuroscience. I mean, I think what's pulled out of the air is this, you know, the Benthamite tradition of utility maximization. There's no neuroscientific or other foundation for that, except, as you say, it facilitates this analytical tractability and kind of picture of utility maximization. So yes, I think, I mean, I'm just agreeing with you and being aggravated with you.
Perhaps we need more people from the DSGE literature on the call.
Well, of course, it would be another thing if they said, yes, I grant you all that, but our thing works. But it doesn't.
Alan, to complement your quote, Anatole France said, it's human nature to think wisely and to act absurdly.
Right.
Or as Hume said, reason is a slave to the passions.
All right. We can keep going.
He talked about the human animal, and Pascal was very angry about the idea that we should be compared to animals. We're somehow different. We're superior. We have different ways of reasoning. But it turns out that animals actually do a lot of things which we claim they couldn't do. They anticipate and they actually prepare for events and do the things which these people claim they couldn't do. So if animals can do it with simple heuristics, why can't we? You know, why do we have to think of us as these calculating machines that are doing this intertemporal optimization?
Yeah, Adam Smith was very interested in this, by the way, just as an historical note. He wrote a book, Theory of Moral Sentiments, in which he was very interested in the contagion of emotions, non-rational elements of behavior, and so forth. So I don't know how that all got lost in the march and folly that we call economics, but it deserves
we have
to
some
be
more
revived.
hands that have appeared.
Sorry, I apologize.
Thibaut?
Bonjour, hi. Very interesting discussion. I had one remark and one question. My remark was first about discrepancy between agent-based and DSG. Maybe there's a bit more of a continuum, and now there's quite a bit of work, for instance, around a Hank so-called model. So trying to introduce distributions of firms, households into equilibrium objects. So it might be also a way to go after those discontinuities like bankruptcies or look at permanent costs in the longer run. That was just one remark there. But otherwise, one aspect where agent-based modeling can be quite useful is to try to help us understand a bit better what bubbles and housing prices could do. I mean, it relates to the notion of risks and trade-off Sharon was highlighting. It's hard to think of housing bubbles and prices when you're still stuck with an equilibrium concept. So I was wondering what agent-based model can help with there. And for instance, Jean-Philippe, if you thought of introducing house prices in your modeling, and otherwise for Doyne, to which extent housing or land itself would matter if you were to take an input-output framework.
I think this is for Doan because he worked a lot on the housing bubble.
Yeah, so almost actually more than 10 years ago, I think, we built an agent-based model for Washington, D.C., and we really went pretty literal. You know, we simulated hundreds of thousands of houses, and we calibrated the model against data from the IRS, from the U.S. Census, from a company called CoreLogic that had information about all the mortgages, and we simulated real estate agents and banks and household buying and selling with reasonably accurate demography and so on. We didn't actually do the geographic layout of city, but one can do that. That model, then subsequently, we developed a model with the Bank of England. It was a simplified version of a model, and that allowed us to actually look at policies like, trying to remember what they were basically, at some point the bank was contemplating making a change in the loan to value ratio that banks were allowed to lend with. And so ratio of the income of the person to the size of the loan and the house. And we were able to simulate those policies and we tried to find the sweet spot where you could damp the bubble, but not too much, because you don't want it to just crash either. You want to just level it out. And so we said, well, this seems to be pretty good, actually. They did enact the policy. Whether we had an impact or not, they won't say. I think there's a lot of scope for these models. There are now groups at various places in the world that are following up on that. And I think there one could really make quite literal models. What hasn't been done yet is to couple these kind of models to broader macro models, which is crying out to be done because, of course, housing prices and, you know, houses are the major repository of savings for most households and throughout the world. And that has a huge effect on the macroeconomy. And so there is still a lot to be done to really complete these models and then connect them into the macroeconomic models. But I think it could even be viewed as one of the minor successes of this area at this point.
Yeah, I think it's actually, I'm really glad that you raised all those examples. I think housing is a perfect example where people tend to not really do a lot of optimization, right? They would get advice on how much they can afford from a bank. It's very rule-like. They're not doing intertemporal substitution per se when they're deciding whether or not to purchase. It's just a really fundamentally different decision and a great environment for thinking about rules. I think looking ahead, one of the challenges as it goes to embedding them into macro is that deeper question of, is housing net worth within a country? And I'll just leave that as an open question out there. We can't all sell our houses simultaneously to get the current market price of a house that we read about in the newspaper yesterday, because everything will just fall apart, as we all know.
But we can't sell our stocks altogether either.
No, exactly. The marginal price is not the average price.
I'd like to make one more remark, that one of the things that you see empirically in housing markets, and that our model did pretty well, is that you are very far from market clearing. Market clearing is not a bad approximation in the stock market. It's a terrible approximation in the housing market. You can have 20 times as many sellers as buyers on the market. And when you go through a bubble, you see that ratio flip. And as a result, housing prices respond very sluggishly because people have in their head, damn it, I'm going to sell my house for this or bust. And they just don't move if they can't sell it. And so you get this huge inertia in the prices that is presaged by the imbalances in supply and demand. The Asian-based models capture quite well, and we made good predictions of that as well as housing prices.
Yeah. There is one more hand up, Anat Admati.
Hi, everybody. Regards from Stanford University. You started very early by my clock, but I was kind of listening as I was making my coffee, and I will speak to more in the last session. I'm struck, as a finance professor at Stanford who's done a lot of quantitative, theoretical models, et cetera. And I'm now looking at the DSG models. I'm looking at all around. What I learned in the last decade or more is, yes, it is about social psychology. It's about behavioral. It's are we in equilibrium or not? All of those things. But even within economics, one of the main huge missing pieces here as a discipline and as an economic force is politics. You were just talking about housing. Housing policies matter hugely in every economic outcome. I mean, I'm quoting Abba Lerner, every economic transaction is a solved political problem. And economics is taking solved political problems as a subject of study. But there is no understanding of the financial crisis 2007 and 9, as well as what's happening now with COVID, without taking into account essentially the way we collectively make decisions, as well as also in uncertainty and all of that to macro and to all these, the way people form beliefs, enter social media, conspiracy theory, whatever else, in this sort of vaccine attitude or whatever. So all we heard today was, I was there much of the time about the Washington consensus and how it's changed. And we no longer believe this and we do believe that. And these things matter. In other words, the economic outcomes, without understanding political processes, the incentives of politicians, what people believe, what is political accountability, corporate governance, which is sort of where I come from into this. It is just this big blind spot in all of economics about all of these things. Now, I know it would make your agent-based models ever more complicated if you include political agents, but the economic outcomes are determined by interactions between institutions, meaning government institutions, corporations, and people and political systems. So I think, to the extent we still have work to do to understand the economy, I kind of notice only the missing piece of collective decisions, political processes, political economy. Thanks.
Thank you. Some very important points. Recognizing that we're a couple of minutes beyond, I will leave, if either of the presenters have any responses to that, please indicate, please speak up. Otherwise, we'll call it into the session. Professor Bouchard? Bouchot?
Yeah, just a quick remark that I totally agree with what you say, and I think this is a fascinating field for agent-based models as well. And I think it also ties up with Schiller a narrative story. I mean, I think the narratives are, like he emphasizes, are the virus of our political viruses, and they can be good or they can be bad. But I totally agree that this is a very important item that we should include in our agent-based models.
Yeah, I guess my response is that, there's like layers of an onion, and what we can do now with, say, our housing models, we can say, if we adopt this interest rate policy, or if we adopt this lending policy, then we will see this outcome on housing prices and supply and so on. But modeling the adoption of the policy is another issue. Of course, it's even harder when you get, well, maybe not harder, but you can also think about group dynamics and what's going on. And there is actually an emerging field of people doing opinion dynamics modeling. I have several students in my group trying to do that, looking at things like Twitter data and Reddit, and trying to use models that have been developed, voter models and things like this, that are actually originally based on the Ising model in physics, to try and understand the forces that cause people to change their opinions. So we're seeing some little glimmers that might work, and one might eventually be able to couple these things together. But I said layers of the onion because as you go towards the kind of things that you said, the problems get harder, and you've got to deal with the easier problems first to get good solutions to those problems. Although qualitatively, I mean, Josh, for example, has some models where I think he nips at that kind of thing. So, I think it's going to be a huge growth area to try and do that. And it's going to be a lot of hard work, but I do think we can make progress.
Yeah.
Yes, I believe I shifted back to you now. First, let me actually thank everyone, all of both of the presenters and all of the people that have been involved in this discussion. Just a great discussion, and it's very exciting for me to see the various directions that the research is advancing. Really, really exciting to see these advances, and I hope that we will continue in these directions in the many years that go forward with, as I started out, with increased interaction across different fields.
Thank you very much, Sharon, and the speakers for this session. We'll move on to closing remarks for today. I'm going to ask William Hines, my co-organizer, to introduce James Carver for the closing remarks.
Sure. Well, thanks, Matthias. And it's a real pleasure to introduce James, who's been working with NAEC for a few years now and has been major support of our work. And I think you heard earlier that James really is looking at what's happening in real financial markets. And so he brings that very practical perspective from what's going on. So please, James.
Brilliant. Well, thanks everybody for so much of interest really over the last couple of hours. I mean, the issues that are highlighted, are pervasive, I think, across all policy discussions. The idea of a new equilibrium, what equilibrium, especially now that the idea of climate change is really coming up the agenda for so many policymakers, and trying to include that into their frameworks for what sort of future growth and prosperity the world wants. So yeah, I mean, this session certainly is a starter for the next couple of days in terms of setting the framework for the real questions which are coming through tomorrow in terms of the medium term, the longer term implications. And I think we're having a special section on equilibria tomorrow, which is with Rick tomorrow morning. I mean, from a personal view, it comes across as very obvious in terms of the implications for financial markets, which have been touched on a bit today, in terms of the implications of all this stimulus, all this easy money, one could argue. And it's very hard not to say that some of this hasn't gone into, I think Bill White's coined the phrase malinvestments many years ago. But in terms of trying to work out what is categorically a result of easy policy is incredibly difficult. And I think, a lot of the analysis that we're talking about now is trying to gauge how we bring in these financial assets into our models within the macroeconomic model, and trying to weigh up, we've talked a lot about the benefits, the costs of overstimulus, and the costs in terms of the longer term resilience of some of these policy measures that have been enacted this time. But again, COVID is not something that has, it's a bigger shock and it's a newer shock, but actually we've seen shocks repeatedly over the last 20, 25 years. And typically the stimulus measures have been repetitive, but we haven't really seen any break out of the trends of, higher debt levels, lower interest rates, questionable, but a fair amount of evidence that inequality has got worse. But financial assets are at a record percentage of GDP, and many people question, how does that, compare with the outlook for growth across the world, given high debt levels, given pretty categorically clear evidence that demographics globally are getting worse, and how do we balance that system with our current policy measure to deliver something that is going to be resilient in this, what looks like a tougher period going forward. It was interesting to talk about the US taking a tangent and potentially moving away from, the classical model of, trying to balance your budget, maintaining some, nuts in the tree in terms of interest rates, and actually going for very large increases in growth or some break of trend in inflation. But again, a question that will probably come through the debate over the next couple of days is, can one country do that on its own? Do we need something that joins all these countries together to get higher inflation, if that is really what we want, or higher growth? So yeah, I think this is a fantastic day one to set the scene for what should be a very interesting day 2 and day 3. Anything else, Matthias, you want to mention? Just carry on. Thanks.
No, thank you very much, James. So that does bring us to the end of the day. I just wanted to make a conditional announcement for tomorrow. If you notice in the schedule, we have 9:30 to 8:30 to 8:45 for introductory remarks, just like we had this morning. We put that there on purpose because we were and are still trying to schedule in a surprise guest speaker for that time, and because of the uncertainty in scheduling, this is still undetermined. So I would say keep an eye. We are going to update it later today. If we axe the introductory remarks, that means that you are free to show up at 8:45. But if we have the star speaker, we will put their name in the schedule, and then you will know to show up at 8:30. So with that bit of radical uncertainty hanging around in our model for tomorrow, we will just finish here and see you all tomorrow. Thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you very much.